Hey Marcus, how's it going? This is widely outside of the normal streaming times. Yes, that is because I am crunching to get as much done before the new year as possible. Because I am going to, the 1st through the 10th, completely be offline. So, I want to try and get this run through and done if we can. And so I've been trying to push this run a lot more than I normally would. I do want to form Al-Andalus, although at this point, we are quite close. And so we will get to kind of see the things as we continue through here. Now, we've just picked up a few techs in recent times, and we could research some techs now. In particular, we picked up both the cloth workshop and the fine cloth workshop, which is normally a fairly big power spike. We want to power spike off of this, and we can take a look at the cloth demand in our markets and see that wow-weewa, quite a bit of regular cloth, quite a bit of fine cloth. We're already oversupplying it, but for those who are coming from a VIC-3 perspective, prices are a lot more resilient in EU5 than VIC-3 when it comes to how quickly they drop. You can see here we nearly have 2 to 1, but we're still over 50% price, as opposed to minus 75% price, right? And so any stimulus you have can really be squeezed a lot harder. And we do have quite a bit of buy orders. If we kind of do this, and then let's sort by total orders here. That's not what we want. Let's just sort by all demand. Right? And see the highest demand of things that we demand. We have the upgraded form of tools. We have paper. Now we got cloth. But in particular in the home market, there's quite a bit of demand for weaponry type stuff and tanneries and stuff because we expanded out the barracks. And some of this weaponry demand is coming from, well, some's from our pops, but one of the ones we're kind of curious about is maintenance of castles. It's really low, though. Really, just 2? 2 in all of the bot market. That doesn't sound right. We're gonna go on a little bit of a tangent, maybe, about the stimulus here, but... Okay, 2 demand. I guess that's about right. The upgraded form of this demands about 5 times as much, so that'd be like 10 demand from that. Which, in terms of proportion of our demand, would be like 10%. But, relative to what we're paying in terms of army maintenance, we're paying very, very little. Let's see how much we're paying on the weaponry here. We're paying very, very little. Can we see what the breakdown is? Oh my god. That's a lot of nested tooltips to try and figure out how much of the army maintenance is weapons. But the thought was fort maintenance is basically 0. So I kind of wanted to check some things out. 4 a.m. here, 3 a.m. here. It's 11:20 here. You must know you must not know I was watching the run VOD this whole evening. The whole evening. Well, then it's just linear, right? Next thing to the next thing. Yeah, the Europeans are just waking up. This time slot's actually this hell time slot where everyone's asleep. Except the Australians. What's up, Australians? Do we get any Australian, Asian, New Zealander in chat? At what point do you recommend paying full fort maintenance? Might not even be correct here. I'm not sure it actually... it might have the same demand in the market, to be honest. I don't know if this actually decreases demand. It just decreases the maintenance on our fort. And this is kind of... In theory, it might be worth us killing the slider even now, but... I'm not going to kill this slider over 5 ducats, and quality of life perspective, it's actually also kind of nice that we just perma have, you know, max fort dudes. waking up, I was about to go to bed. Not like this. Just go to bed, brother. The VOD will be here. You don't have to... You don't have to do that to yourself. The VOD will be here. No need to abuse yourself on my behalf. Also, you watching the VOD, not sure is even that much worse than watching it live. From my end. A lot of times a view is like a fraction of a cent. So like, but in the aggregate, the bigger value of the views is they tend to attract more views and push you in this type of thing rather than necessarily the worth of the view itself. But comments and engagement in that perspective are a lot more valuable than views. Although you are commenting, which increases the recommendation. People don't want to think about content creation here. I think they want to think about the game. Just kind of thinking through it. But like, I think fairly often, like, people making videos like sweat singular views too much. Or like, I would not want you to miss sleep just because, you know, to support the channel type of thing. But a VOD means no chat. This is true. How do I deal with Pirates' Korea early on? You conquer them. You use a parliament and just whack them around. What we were thinking, though, is the upgrade to Bastion, which gets rid of the potential nobles, so no more 20 nobles potential. But it like 5x's demand, and it kills tar demand. Really like the removal of tar demand. I think that also might be the only thing that demands tar, so we might even be able to delete all of our tar stuff. And I think we want to try and make a point about this as a building. So I don't think this is a good next research, but I think it maybe makes sense with what we're doing. I think in multiplayer, this like theocracy fort reduction cost, it might be a little bit of a thing. I really wish there was another fort level before Bastion, though. Army maintenance would be really nice. Army maintenance is way harder to get than Navy maintenance. The other thing is, like, this tree is kind of nice a little bit. For the max RGO size food production, kind of. Actually, we don't need food production, we need food capacity. Dye's workshop, we could maybe make use of. Proximity cost without maritime presence is maybe okay-ish. Let's take a look over here. We did skip over some good tech over here. 10% trade cap is... we're kind of into that. What's the difference between these two? Gallia and Gallius. These have more movement speed and more blockade capability. These have... how are these better? $16 cannons, 10 hull, 16, 10. Wait, why would I... is this... this is really cool if this is kind of what I'm thinking it is, which is a galley where the only advantage it is it's on a different place in the tree. I wish there was more text like that, where it's like strictly the same as another tech, but it's just located in a different spot in the tree, and like the tree convenience has value. I think that would be kind of sweet. Alright, we maybe go for the cab seat here. And then go for the trade cap. And then we go for the Bastion, which I think is not objectively good, but we're just trying to mess about with some stuff we're doing. You build bailiffs? Yeah, we build bailiffs. Maybe we could show where we've got some. I think some of this is bailiffs. Bailiffs are 20 proximity, so something out here we might have a couple bailiffs. Yeah, there's bailiff. bailiff. Generally, on kind of more premium RGOs, we know we're going to keep rural over the course of the entire game. That we don't think that we're going to get any proximity towards. It's kind of how we do it. Do you have best units video? I do not. I can tell you which units, like, probably the absolute... Well, initiative... So initiative's not very good right now, but in a world where initiative was, like, maybe well-balanced, the best unit would be, the thing is, it's a age 6 unit, so it's not going to come up very often. But the experimental rifleman's probably the best unit in the game. Plus 10 initiative, and plus 150% flanking damage. Something like this. When do you build bailiffs? When you've squeezed out some good profitable opportunities where the infrastructure starts to be a lot better. If the RGO is good, you kind of do it pretty early. Bailiffs give more control, which gives more tax base, yes. And also helps out with crown power too. So like even if you don't have any tax base, if you have like upgraded pops or a lot of pops in a location, it can still help out a little bit. Because the amount that pops contribute to the tax base is, that contribute to crown power is flat. It doesn't matter what pop type it is. And so if you have a rural location with a ton of pops, even if you don't have much economic activity there at all, bailiff can be okay. But we wanted to start getting some eco going on tailor skills. So we are going to be setting that up with auto expand. In particular, we're going to try and do it by market, so let's set up several auto expands starting in the bot market. So we know that we have this province with dyes, and I think we have auto expand on these already. By upgrading these, we will tick in the auto expand. Looks like this doesn't have enough potential levels, so let's diagnose this a little bit. Well, we don't actually have a production bonus towards the masonry, so I think we're going to just delete all of these. I think we're going to delete all of the sand pits as well. And then also all the fiber crops buildings. So really clear out some potentials. Upgrade this. And put it on auto expand. So that will continue to grow a little bit slowly. I think also long term, looking here, we will maybe have to kill an industry here. So we don't actually have a bonus on the cloth itself, and we're in a spot where we're maybe going to be upgrading the cloth. So I think what we'll do is we'll not upgrade the cloth. We'll actually delete one level, so we kind of maybe have a little bit of an idea that that's what we want to do. And we'll have these three on the auto expand. We are using the auto expand mod. And then we'll kind of take a look through here. Try and figure out what we can do. So the place with the olives... I mean, maybe we would want to upgrade this. The thing is, we just don't have enough building capacity in this location. And I think we're going to just choose to do tools. You can specialize in fewer and fewer things as you get more and more higher tier levels, because the higher tier levels require more building levels to hit cap, and you do want to hit the cap for the max production efficiency. So, looks like we went for paper here. This is rural. I think we'll put the paper on auto expand as well as the tools. And let that one kind of more or less do its thing. It does have more additional levels here. And here, I think we'll do paper and this, let it upgrade. And we're going to want to put Spinners Guild somewhere. But we have places that are producing cotton or have the cotton bonus up here, so... here I think we could support... So here we're unable to support how many industries? 4, I think, right? Tools, fine cloth, regular cloth. But I think we could support 3? And if that's the case, we will put these kind of on auto-expand. And then we'll upgrade to the first level, so that will auto-expand out. Saleh is doing the regular cloth here, so looks like this is a pretty straightforward, just 2 industries. It's going to be nice for us. We'll upgrade this. It's already auto-expanding, so that'll be good for us. We could push another industry there, but okay. We've added a ton of fine cloth in this market, and we have it upgrading. I think we have a province down here with dyes. This one also has silver. It's not going to have too much control. So maybe it's not even worth super mega pushing here anyways, so we'll leave that alone for now. And then here, I think we do want to be going for a regular cloth here a little bit more aggressively. Oh no, wait, this is a different province. This is this province, which is kind of funny business in terms of the shape. So I think we're going to auto-expand out on the tannery. We'll upgrade the level. And then I think the paper workshop, we also just want to put this into auto-expand. The thing is we expanded the paper workshop all the way, but it's gotten more levels because it's gotten more pops and dev, so... But these 4 are going to all be more than happy to produce fine cloth or regular cloth and have it auto-upgrade. And the mod does require that we build the first level of the new upgraded type, and then it kind of takes over. Save for tools. But we'll do that. Okay. So we also saw that bot is currently, if we take a little bit of a sort by price difference, I think. Is this the UI that we want? I think goods balance will be a little bit better. We can sort by goods balance, see where we have a negative balance, sort by produced, and see that cannons, weapons, and firearms are all going to do pretty well in this market. So we'll try and get a little bit of that action in there too. We see the iron. The iron, fortunately, there's kind of, this is a weird province where these 2 locations are not in the market. But why don't we put the firearms on auto-expand a little bit. And do that here as well. We see that this one's not expanding. Why is that? Oh, because we don't have enough dudes. Alright, fair. I think we can produce cannons out of here, because copper does feed into cannons. See that this is already auto-expanding on the cannons. Let's take a look. Do guns have a copper PM? They do have a copper PM. Well, the copper PM is actually pretty good. Alright. And then we have another copper down here. Let's add a gunsmith. And then down here as well, in Suez, we have cotton. So let's upgrade these and kick them on to auto-expand as well. There's maybe a faster way to do this, but we're still getting used to using this mod. Where's the cloth? There you are. We do have a cannon back there, with, of course, the bronze. I want to say appreciate your content a lot. Thank you so very much. Do you think you'll, starting with tier 3 or 4 nations, it should be possible to create secondary capitals? Or would this be OP? I'm really not a fan of secondary capitals or flat control as modifiers. I think it undermines the entire proximity system. I think you get enough proximity just from your regular capital. And I think from a simulation perspective, it also maybe just doesn't make too much sense. I think that this is an opinion a lot of people disagree with me on, though. And is not, like, something I could be, like, objectively correct about. But I think it just makes it... I currently think expansion is over-rewarded. Oh, we forgot to take our multivitamin. Let's do that. I currently think expansion is over-rewarded. And I'd like to see expansion more punished. And so even if a multiple capitals thing made sense, I'm not a fan of balance changes that are moving something secondarily in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? I don't want to see a buff to expansion when I think it's too strong, which that functionally would be a buff to expansion as well. Alright, Sevilla, we do have cotton over here, up in this bizzle. We also see we have, some of these have a lot of levels, but the thing is we won't be able to support multiple levels of, like, all these industries. So we probably have to make choices. I don't think we have, like, dyes or anything in Sevilla, so Sevilla, the cotton, and the wool will both feed into our regular cloth and our fine cloth. Well, here, we can upgrade. Here we can upgrade. So I guess the places where we have far more levels of regular cloth or cotton. Regular cloth. I mean, we can maybe kick those into gear. Looks like we have a tools issue a little bit in this market as well. Cordoba definitely wants to see this stuff. Cordoba is where the capital is as well, or the market capital is, so we don't actually need these marketplaces. So we do have wool as well. So Cordoba, why don't we get those situated for the tools and this, cause Cordoba, we can delete all these. Okay. These guys want to produce the next tier of thing. And I think that we're going to need more fine cloth somewhere. So maybe got to think about where it is in the Cordoba market. Oh, we do have dyes. We have dyes over here. So the dyes will definitely favor fine cloth. It looks like the fine cloth workshop isn't predicted to be too profitable anyways. I don't know why we don't have that here. We have wool here. Oh, so this has too many industries. There's too much here. Since paper can go pretty well anywhere, we're actually going to kill the auto expand on the paper. And maybe look to delete down the paper at some later points. We can delete the furniture. We kind of don't like it that much anyways. And this looks like we don't have enough pops to do a lot of that stuff though anyways. I'm pretty sure we also want to be auto-expanding this stuff in Granada and here. So we'll get the next level cranking up for these because we also have the silk. I think that can also maybe urbanize this and the legumes and use that for fine cloth. We don't have a masonry collapse right now. Kind of awkward. Don't really mind adding too much in our subjects, but why don't we bite the bullet here at least and add the mason. or add the next level, and then the silk will feed into the fine cloth pretty well. Would you want all your prices to be as low as possible? No, 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 no. You want them, well, it increases trade profit. I suspect that, oh, Jesus, that's actually kind of complicated. So it really, really decreases your tax base a lot. I would have to take a closer look at the math on that, but I suspect that it depends how much trade upkeep you have, to some extent, I guess. But low prices are very hard to support. It kills PMs. In general, I feel like you get a lot more money from taxes, but taxes also don't feed into your economic base, and so they don't scale up the cost. But we're only paying, like, the economic percentage investment we're paying is real low. We're spending, in terms of sliders, we're spending 5% of our economic base. Because of that, I think we value tax a lot more than trade. And high prices are beneficial for... let's do that. High prices are beneficial for increasing the tax base as much as possible. Low prices help for exports, but... yeah, so it might be a function of what you're looking at there. Okay, Tortosa market. We have a little bit less going on in the Tortosa market, but let's see if we can get something we like done. So we do see immediately kind of just 2 silk provinces. So let's hit these with the auto expand on the this. That should be pretty good. And I think this is a city. Yeah, we got 4 cities. We don't have really good inputs on anything else. So I think we're going to come in here and build fine cloth workshops everywhere. It's curious that it's saying auto-expand on that. I really wish the auto-expand would upgrade everything, because it makes it feel like this awkward transition. Okay. And then we want more regular cloth here. We see we do have wool here, which we haven't annexed yet, but we're working on right now. And we have wool here. Not a lot of urbanization here, though. Do we want to urbanize? Kind of an awkward spot. We want this for food. Maybe there's a world where we want to urbanize the wool. But okay, the wine is urbanized. We could make cloth here. We could also make cloth over here. I think we'll get this started just because we don't really have a cloth. Cloth in the market capitals also may be sensible. Looks like we already have some capped out industries. Huh, Tortosa actually doesn't have... We have the wool here, but we actually are kind of squeezed a little bit, it feels like, on some of these. I guess we have the wool over here. Furs generally kind of sucks butt, but these guys only have a little bit. I guess we could do... upgrade this. It's not that good at input. Really a ton of iron in this province as well. How often do you manually set different production methods on buildings? Very rarely, but in theory it is kind of okay. What about expansion seems so strong? Is it too easy to expand without consequence, or you get too much benefit? I think it's both. I think expansion shouldn't necessarily be hard, but you should get punished for it, and I think currently it just feels really free. Subjects feel really free. Do you have an army battle guide on your channel? I do not. Gotta say thank you for making this game fun for first timers. You're very welcome. Violations do not work in PvE, and vassal expansion gives you 100% value of land day one after takeover. I wouldn't call it 100%, but yeah, I think coalitions shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to truce juggle them. I think that's like a bit silly, but we also Tortosa. We have two really important markets. That's Bat and Cordoba, because our capital is in Ceuta, and it's just splitting these two markets. So we have a ton of control in these markets. The other markets are less important, so we won't sweat them as much. Lisbon market though is next, and I think this is going to be the last one we kind of take a closer look at. Interesting to see paper is the most profitable thing. I know that we can build it nicely here, but paper is not super good from the perspective of you don't get much production efficiency on paper, so I think we're actually going to push paper down here a little bit. So this doesn't have too much buildings. Let's push paper a little bit. Let's get the upgraded to tools workshops going there. What can we do here with the salt? Probably just paper. And those will be off and running. I know there is a good amount of wool here. Wool in this absolute mega big province. Very nice. So this, yeah, we could just kind of put in an upgrade here. An upgrade here. And the new upgraded version will get going. So we'll see a lot of good wool out of here. And okay, fine cloth. Is there a fine cloth place that looks particularly good? Not really, it's going to overlap with the wool. We don't have fine cloth inputs that are not wool. This, I suppose, has this as one of its secondarily big industries. So we'll maybe do a little bit of that. As does this. Oop. Cool. Let's come in here, sort by profitable again. Yeah, these aren't really making that much money. I wonder, you must have a really big stack of them somewhere. I mean, we have a big stack of them here, so it's probably okay for us to upgrade. Or let the auto expand upgrade these. Maybe not, actually. Because here's pretty close to Lisbon. It will have relatively high control. I think this might be paper. We get some stuff going in there. But these will continually, all these places that we've added will basically continually produce non-stop. So that'll be good. Vassals gain you still so much more with low control provinces far away. Yeah. They're basically like never disloyal. Like the investment on them is like functionally so close to zero. Let's get an upgrade in here. Yeah, okay. What about here? Well, let's check pops. Well, this is on flatland. We do like producing wool. On flatland, no river. It's also in the beyond a market, but we're planning on moving that market. I think we urbanize this. Planning on maybe moving that market back to Burgos. Let me look at tax base. We're really looking in these kind of two pockets, and we're looking for places that are urban but don't have a high tax base, because that's going to be an indicator that we maybe need to put stuff there. So it looks like we have an opening here. It's in a province that doesn't really have very good inputs. Does have livestock. And this is relatively profitable right now, so we'll get started on that. And this already has books set up. But I think we could do a tanning workshop as well. Now, these will all require salt. Or, sorry, sand. And requires a lot of sand. So, it's kind of trappy, but 0.75 sand per level. Very often you power spike really, really hard when you hit tanning workshops and you also hit barracks. You just super overshoot sand demand, so let's maybe have a little bit of a thing regarding sand. Where do we have as much production efficiency as possible? You see Gaza? I'm guessing, why is that there? Huh? Ah, the balance paperwork, that makes sense. Right. Because I believe wood is the input on this end. Yeah. Not a tremendous amount, though. We don't have too many pops here. This is already kind of expanded out. But we can also do the wood in urban areas too. And this is not the best urban area, or the sand rather. We kind of just want to send in a full stack. And also do it on our subjects. Got charcoal going in there. Just try to find a place that doesn't really... Yeah. Here might be okay. Let's add sand pits. Max level. Ramming speed. Olives. Really need it. What market is this? Tortosa. Excuse me. We already got a maxed out sand pit in Tortosa. Are these high pops? This is real high pop, and I think we deurbanized it. Yeah, I'm feeling sand here. That will be able to get populated. And then we need one more sand pit. Or maybe not. This place produces sand. Let's just fully expand out the sand there instead. Let's actually do this with this guy. Actually, let's just add 5 for this northern market, which we haven't taken too close a look at. I think it'll be fine. We'll sort that market out later. But, yeah. Why do you spam that poor moderator with cat comments? I said that as a throwaway comment. I actually didn't think he would get spammed that hard with the cat comments. Do you guys want to see how many cat comments there are? I, like, feel a little bit bad. Feel a little bit bad about that one. There's like pages and pages of cat comments. I didn't think I had that type of influence. I was unaware. So, the cat in question. Actually, maybe you shouldn't even cover this on stream because he might just get more spammed. But, throwaway comments in our video, we were like, oh, go tell this guy he has a nice cat. And now 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 page, close to 5 pages out of the 10 pages for the mod are saying he has an amazing cat. That poor guy. I didn't realize. Is super meta run? It's kind of... no. I mean, we're kind of trying to play tight, but it's not anything crazy. We're mainly... the original idea was Al-Andalus going Catholic, because we've gone Spain goes Sunni. I did immediately go and send a cat message the moment you spoke. I was not expecting like 40 cat comments. But I think we got a lot of these expands that we went in kind of going, the auto expands. Really huge fan of the mod. Shout out to that guy. You know, we just took the time to put up all these auto expands, and now the cloth economy is going to kind of handle itself. We'll check in on it at some point, but we're ready to unpause, I think. We are counting down the days till we can beef with Castile again. And also with France. I think we need to deck into France, otherwise they join that stupid coalition repeatedly, so... This is technically our continent, so... Yeah, we will see a lot of these expanding for now. Shout out to that guy's cat, basically. That wasn't very long since our last crusade defense. God, this is so insufferable. Because the target is Palestine. So that means we can't just defend. When France joins, they break their truce to join with us. So this is the block. I'm not a fan of this, boys. I don't like this broken war goal business. But okay. Were these guys supposed to link up? Now we have to fight France. There's no war goal, so it's gonna be really kind of obnoxious. Alright, we're gonna make stops along the way. Go. Are you stoned at all or just tired? I am just tired. It's a little bit late at night. I want to try and get what I want done with the run. Also trying not to be as loud, because it's late. So the energy level seems a little bit low, that's why. I guess you need to conquer Palestine. Yeah, that's actually what the solution is, unfortunately. It's kind of a little bit silly. But I do think that that's kind of what we would need to do. The defending the coastline and this type of stuff is also just like very obnoxious with the play pattern. We can't defend the coast with these guys. Basically. This guy actually, I think this is actually galleys. Maybe it's still not enough. We'll just send everyone home here. Can we get an alliance with the Mamluks so that we can defend Palestine? Oh, that's smart. We've kind of been trying to get good relations with them for a while now. But we could give them offer favors or trade favors. Maybe we'll get there. Just take Palestine can turn out much worse, yeah. Just take Palestine, the chat said. No one will get offended if you take Palestine, the chat said. That won't cause it. That won't cause anyone to get upset. Sucks we don't get to, like, jump them super hard. As well. Looking for the stability map mode. I'm wondering what shape they're in exactly. It's not a map mode I use very often, but I think that they truce broke us. France to do this. Unless I'm mistaken. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, this is the search. Jeez, everyone's so stable. What the hell? I mean, I guess good on the AI getting reworked. This is so much better, I suppose, than perma revolutions. We currently are sitting on, like, the power spike new units, so we should be able to fare relatively well. I wonder if we just go with some ships to Scotland. Just calling Palestine is the reason to be upset? Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just the, like, localized name for it is the Philistine. Right? I find war exhaustion and stability don't seem to affect the AI. Definitely does, but maybe there's a... Maybe that is what's going on, though. I don't hate it. Oh, God damn. How close are we? Alright, let's just park and beer done. We pick up these guys who are going to be good at producing the cloth, which we weren't really able to set up the way we wanted. Yeah, the auto expand will crank that out. Whoa. Actually. Just a decent chunk of buildings building. We could definitely base race him, though. AI is so bad at building cannons. Yeah. Team never win a base race. Oh, what are we doing? I'm stupid. This is not... We shouldn't be parking the guys there. They're gonna get Malaria to hell. Or I guess they were in Brazil. I think Brazil also has Malaria. Go to Sevilla. Scotland is the war leader, so Scotland has proportionally a lot less territory than some of these. And our assaults should be pretty nice overall. Slavery time. War exhaustion is so hard to build up, it doesn't feel punishing enough. That might be true. I assume they're fighting it, but I don't even see how to take it slash build up. I assumed it wasn't occupying Hungarian culture's provinces, they don't care. I've also found restarting the game sometimes makes AI accept peace deals. Interesting. Iron Man following from the same save? I don't know what you mean by that. You're saying you're playing Granada as well? Wow. Basically 10x on the casualty front. I don't think we need to do anything. Yeah, we don't need to do anything. Just the one stack is enough. Absolutely obliterated. We can come here though. Get reinforced. And then maybe look to siege something. Maybe just unsiege a couple of these. What's your income look like on your Iron Man run? Let's see Paul Allen's Iron Man run. I was trying to figure out the reason I ran the polls. I was trying to figure out on average how much money people are making. We could do paved roads and start to push the paved roads. I'm not sure if we have enough masonry in a lot of our markets. Not price collapsed in Cordoba. You don't need too much to collapse the price, but just gonna do a little bit of that. They have input good for it. I think we were building it in Granada, but we might have deleted some. Or we're kind of thinking about deleting some. The lumber mills can go anywhere, but very often you eventually get squeezed on lumber mills. We need more building levels, unfortunately. Also, the fact that these guys employ 1k guys, and we have this hyper-populated urban area, kind of makes me want to keep those for that purpose. We don't need as many guys to employ at the Masons, it's only 500. Not Granada specifically, but I'll be playing a war, and the AI won't accept it even though plus 50 and restart the game, all of a sudden they accept. Huh. I have like 11k tax base in 1560 in your biz run. It's our tax base here. It's quite a bit bigger than what we're doing. We're about to power spike with somebody's cloth though. What are we looking like on roads? I think we're pretty well spammed out. Yeah, we are. Okay. So I guess we're not doing the road one. Oh, just kidding. We're like basically doing this always. Because the research points and the monthly literacy are both kind of nice. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Huh. Huh. Probably should have clicked the support cap economy first, but we just luck sack and roll outward anyways. To make sure we have enough to get everything we ever wanted. Well, there was a law I wanted to change. I forget what it was. Surely not pursuit of knowledge. Definitely not Ikta. Definitely not Mercantilism division. Was it estate laws? We would like to curtail the burghers at this point, actually, I think. Because we already have maxed out plutocracy. I think we had kept rights of the burghers because we hadn't maxed plutocracy. We wanted to get a little bit of an outward push. But this means giving up 5 research. Also, to be fair, does this take away their ability to serve in the cabinet? No, it doesn't. They can still serve in the cabinet. Okay. I think curtail the burghers takes them out of ability to serve. But we want that sweet, sweet extra tax efficiency. Alternatively, we could go strong guilds. Let's see if their money's actually drained. If their money's drained down, they have a negative balance, but it's not drained down. 24k is not a lot, though. Or do we not have eyes? Is it 24? Yeah, it's 24k. I think our clergy has way too much money is one of our issues here. So we really like to be able to rake up some clergy satisfaction so that we can tax them at a higher rate. But the burghers haven't gotten too much money. What do you mean by income exactly? Net income. Net income. My favorite Vic 3 apologist is streaming gay. Woohoo. Fine Crisis, didn't you get banned, brother? Or you just stopping by for a while? Oh, we timed you out once. Okay. Okay. I think I gave you a 24-hour timeout. How do we get more clergy satisfaction? Well, we're at war now. if our conciliatory, if we have more than 10 trend towards conciliatory, which we don't. See, here's the thing: is every war that we're in, where you get a belligerent trend, and because of that, I kind of don't want to give this out because I don't want to go belligerent. Can't go lecture oaths. Tax exemption just completely voids the usefulness of the thing. I think we have a few things that damage clergy satisfaction, but again, this is giving us conciliatory trend, is allowing us to keep the conciliatory. Don't know how to share an image, but busy game, and it's 1360. I've defeated the Ottomans, stabilized. How do I mega max the income? You kind of just do all the stuff. Is that different than profit? Well, when I ask income, sometimes people feed me this figure, where our income is 5.8k, and sometimes they feed me this figure, where it's 3.9k. It's been a while since I've been here, though. The only Ben I remember was the impersonator before YouTube added the app feature. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, the same guy who impersonated Tarkus. I just remember there's something. What about... Okay, clergy, this is satisfaction and recovery. It doesn't help with their satisfaction. Same religion. Just tolerance of true faith. I guess we're just not solving that problem. What about favor someone else? Peasant food consumption. I think we really don't want that. I think peasants and burghers consume most of the food. Generally. Like, if we take a look at this location, who's eating all the food? Burghers 200, peasants not 100. So peasants, if they're consuming 20% of the food, we don't exactly want that. Looks like burger tax is worth more anyways. So we could favor the wealthy even here. The thing is, 5% all max tax is probably worth more to us because we're actually getting decent taxes off of everyone. Even if the burger tax is worth the most. We just want to know how we do this. Because they are just pooling tons and tons of money. So we'd rather we don't pay them. I think his name is Mahmoud or something? Yeah. This was he. You're right, it's coming back to me. I thought he was you. And then I just banned him. But it wasn't you. It's all coming back. There we go. We'll put that on auto expand too there. And continue on with this war. Oh no, wait, we have to decide what we want to do here. I think either way we don't want this. What's the burger satisfaction we got? Their satisfaction actually has a decent bonus, right? Production efficiency. Maybe we're just too focused on the money. Alright, let's at the very least swap to strong guilds, I guess. God damn it. I thought I was using this. Not, I don't want to spend 90 stab. I wish I could turn off the ability to actually change that through the UI. Sorry, we're gonna oh my god. after we did all that clicking, we haven't gotten an autosave. Honestly, like, it's so much worse than changing with the parliament. I wish you just actually couldn't do it, because it's so frustrating. Like, I thought we were... Damn. That feels so bad. Womp womp. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to reload and reset all of this stuff. That is 100% what we should do. I think I'm just going to max out the stab slider and... Or, like, up the stab slider and... Oh, God, minus 86 is so fucking bad, though. Estate satisfaction equilibrium minus 25%. Go squat it off, Big Ben. Oh, Jesus. I just... That's so frustrating. I really hate that we can... That... I literally don't want to be able to change laws like this. I have not changed a law like this, like, not through Parliament, in forever. Actually, once I haven't changed it. Who's raw dogging law changes? Yeah. This is why the cheat mod's valid? I mean, we could relaunch and debug. God. I'm just gonna reload. This is like 90 stab is just so painful. I don't wanna play through that. Minus 25 estate satisfaction equilibrium. Yeah. That's just like such an acute pain point, man. Wait, why are we that deep in the red on the estate satisfaction? Because we, instead of using Parliament to change the law, we raw dogged the law change, and when you do that, it's 90-something stab. Alright. I think we could kind of, we looked through a lot of this stuff. I think we could kind of make some of these decisions, at a little bit of a... A little bit of a faster clip. Oh, that's so aggravating. Honestly, like that makes me just like want to end the run. Like, in terms of like us spending like 20 minutes clicking stuff and then it all gets undone. Or we have to like tolerate just like an enormous amount of stab for what I feel like is kind of no reason. Let's sort by levels. And then... just like meticulously, all those years that the Academy wasted. Yeah, that works. Did you get baited by the notification at the top? No, I was just like, I was looking through the laws through this UI, because I prefer this UI for looking through the laws to like the Parliament UI. And then we just like clicked through it. It like, yeah, I mean, you just like actually shouldn't be able to. Maybe we should make a note of this to like do feedback, but like, that's such a major pain point. We have cotton in here. I guess we didn't notice this before, or we didn't push the cotton as hard. But like, the thing is it's just so categorical. You never do it otherwise. I haven't done it manually since they changed how it worked, like, from, like, the April version of the game or something. Was it the April version? I think the version that we got in the fall, like, what the Parliament button used to do is it used to make the cost of swapping, like, minus 75%. And so you'd spend like 20 stab to swap a law or something like this. But you would be able to swap multiple laws at once and something like this. But now it's just like you never ever want to click that button under any circumstance. So like it shouldn't be there. Probably. Yeah, but now we just get wrecked. Just we get taken to Pound Town, population us. And then I think we came down here and did some stuff with. I don't know about us pushing fine cloth here. I don't think that was us. We're pushing the tools. No, we're looking for something else. In Fez, I think. We had put something on auto expand. Or someplace with copper. Fez has copper. Yeah, they're kind of okay on the tools front. Or no, they're not good on tools. They were good on firearms and cannons. So that's what we did. Guns. And then I think here we maybe do this. And then something like that. And then the cannons were here. Yeah, yeah. It's all clicking back. So I think that's the Fez market, and then we also set up one big stack of sand somewhere that I can't remember. Has to be in a sand, or it has to be, we would prefer it to be in a lumber province. I suppose here kind of works. I think the pop is pretty high here, so. Okay. There's the sand. Stack. Then in here we have the dyes and the silk locations. We just need to pip this and they'll start auto expanding. And then here we need to delete buildings. It does get the masonry bonus is like the main reason why I kind of lament deleting the masonry here. But we've already pretty committed to some of these building levels. Also, just being able to build a ridiculously tall lumber mill is kind of nice because it's not that pop efficient, so I guess we'll do that. So really nice getting like a lot of this production efficiency from, well, I guess it's not an insane amount from economies of scale. You know what? Maybe this shouldn't be auto expanded. Maybe we just want to spam lumber mills everywhere else. We'll just leave it as it is for now. This we definitely would like to make fine cloth, thanks. And then I don't think we could push this many industries. So let's maybe forget about the paper. Forget about it. I think we expanded paper or something down here. If I recall correctly. God. I get baited by the new law notifications sometimes. I get baited by it too. I really hate it. Maybe that's a good idea for a UI tweak, to put in a UI tweak mod. Guess we're okay with this auto-expanding. And then Spinner's Guild will be nice. We just need to upgrade it to the next level so it will auto-expand out. Let's do some of that. Get this to that. Cordoba. Cordoba is the market center, so we can, in theory, push stuff a little bit more aggressively. Let's do this. Tools. We could also make weapons here. I guess maybe that actually makes a little bit of sense. Just, I think overall you need more tools than weapons. Firearms will also be really nice in this province. I think this is where we built our sand. Oh, does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Okay, and then within this province, let's check control. Firearms are going to be really nice. We could upgrade them because we have both lead as well as we could do the copper version of the building. Oh, I'm trying to remember which place we urbanized. I think it was over here. Let's get this going. We'll auto-expand the new one. There we go. It was an hour and 20 minutes. I really think the one cheat modes makes sense for you, especially when you're going to go back with testing things. Yeah, it does, but... I should have just... If we took that long to do that, I should have just done things a little bit differently. I think the second time around's much faster, but... Yeah, I should have handled that differently then. That's my bad. To be fair, we're noticing a couple more of these locations that make a lot of sense, but that's definitely my bad if it took that long. It's kind of just these two markets solved. And then yeah, there's the silk. To be fair, once you set it up though with the auto-expand, it's like we already had these places set up a little bit, so just upping them by one gets them going, and then like it really does take care of itself afterwards. But... And then we have the wool coming in here. We had wool in here, so we had one, yeah, kind of one good cloth spot. I still don't know if we want that place urban. Fiber crops, we definitely want urban. Right? Is it a decent province? It's got lumber. There's silk down here. And then some more. Not really that profitable though. And then here, I think we did paper. I think we did paper down here too. Because this was the place that was hurting for paper specifically. And then grab some tools on that. What are we doing? I think walls was in here. Yeah, so all these locations which we were auto-expanding just need to upgrade once and then they'll auto-expand on the regular cloth. Something like this. What's our truce like with France anyways? We don't have one. I guess we should deck them ourselves then, before we get decked as well. How do you find continuing a run when you have thousands of ducats as monthly income? You get a strong urge to restart? Yeah, I kind of just want to test stuff. To some extent it's like high score though. I think we did grab that. Not in this order, but cab seat, and then we were going for probably not optimal, but the bastion building. Built sand somewhere. I guess here we'll have to do. Oh, this is so much less than what we did though. Oh, I hate it. There's dice here. Fine cloth is what it will be at. We know we're gonna get some more wool production in here. I feel like I'm missing somehow silk as an input production. I think let's try and swap between these two. So probably want something else being produced here. Guess we have that coming up. This has got a couple expands, alright. And then I think we had decided, yeah, some of these places need more stuff. We'll get you going. Walter, do you have stuff? Yeah, you do. Alright, we'll auto expand the paper. There. You're overexpanded. Overloaded. We don't really like the fruit. And we can delete the like low quantity buildings here as well. And then we can put this on auto expand. Although we don't have too many. Why don't we have that many building levels? Because we have a lot of merchant quarters. Maybe we're over expanding on the merchant quarters to try and get like 100 market access. 100-ish. You can see the market access looks real good here. Is the copper version actually good? It only makes 0.15 guns per level. I think copper's base price 3. You might be correct, actually. Let's take a quick look. Okay, so iron base price is 3. I think tools base price is 3. So I think this is even base price 3. Yeah. So it's 0.35 times 3. So it's got a net of about 1, right? And then base price 0.4. So 0.080810. Or is this a different PM? This is 0.15 guns per level. Copper might even be better. In general, we'd rather have more inputs than outputs. Actually, copper is better. Even if the net is identical, you'd rather have more inputs and outputs because production efficiency only affects the outputs. So, absolutely. I wonder if that balance is new. I hadn't taken a close look at that, but I think that just actually kind of frees up the way we're thinking about this a little bit because copper is going to be nice for small arms. Yeah. Maybe looking at tax base for a rent benchmark would be better than ducats per month. That gives you a better idea of like the size of the economy, but the more important factor is like the net income. I mean, it's not that bad, but I like just being able to cancel the law change, give yourself back 90 stat, and then pass it normal would have been easy and really not really cheating. Yeah. Is Golden Horde OP considering 3k a horse archer makes it literally mercs literally everything on the battlefield? You can literally pull 10 to 20k off defeating Yuan and just ransoming their empire if he leaves it. I don't think I'm really... I haven't played enough Horde type play rather than just like eco build-up type play to really have I think a strong handle on evaluating that. Because isn't Barless just better? But like similar idea? I suppose that's not really what you're asking. We could make firearms over here as well. Do we have copper over here? That didn't really click for me before. Marbella doesn't have marble? Terrible. Wood PM, not stone. Which only makes 0.15 guns per level. What? Wood. Oh, this one? Yeah, that's awful. But, I'm not sure if it might still run even if you don't have iron. The thing is the inputs are very low, so like proportionally it's maybe relative value it's maybe efficient. But you just want more inputs and outputs. Korea gets this. Kind of interesting. I think we're good to go here. But I think we're also just going to deck France so that we get to fight them in the way that we see fit. Because it's silly that they are getting a free Or like the no Wargle War is stupid. So well, let's head down here. 0.5 copper, 0.1 tin, 0.3 tools is better than 0.5 iron or tools for guns. Allied Mamluks before wars. They we looked not too long ago. They weren't like close. Suppose maybe we should have looked again, but. I wish we had a better way. Alright. But yeah, I think you're looking at the... Maybe this is also why I didn't notice it. You're saying the guns PM, the copper PM here. Wait, what are you going on about? Well, I mean, here the iron one's better, yeah. But not the next level. I think that the cannons PM is like this, though, as well. Where iron is better at age 1, and then afterwards bronze becomes better. No, bronze cannons is just better. Because it requires 0.1 tin instead of 0.1... Tin has base price 2. Right, both copper and iron have base price 3, so it's a little bit more efficient. It doesn't get worse, though. Oh, this one, the iron's better. I think in general it's kind of hard to create copper and tin demand relative to iron, so... And then later cannons require both copper and tin and cannot use iron. Oh. Such a waste over a misclick as well, though. Use copper method in the next level, yeah. But then you also lose iron, so it's all just kind of a wash. So Scotland declares on us anyways, but at the very least with France specifically. So who's in on Scotland War? I think the Crusade they can join after it starts, actually. Yeah. So Eco should be doing alright. No, 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 don't do it. Nice to roll that. A little bit of luck after all. What is the plan for this campaign? We are going to form Al-Andalus, and that's kind of the main goal here. And survive the never-ending, bugged-out declarations from our dear friends. So I think we're supposed to just go for Toulouse and then the thing. Not exactly what we wanted, but perhaps what we deserved. But we want to make sure. I guess that kind of worked out okay. I think that in theory, you do want to be making sure that you reorganize your navy between fights in case frontline units have died or whatever. Right, we did want to get auto expansion going on cloth workshop on both of these. Did we expand out the masonry? We did not. Just going where we have a bonus for production efficiency, but in our subjects, we don't really mind building our subjects. +6. Cap's 5, right? Wow. Siege artillery. Got it. That makes sense. It's like, that is not correct. It was. Spoilers. Let's do this, and then go after this. It is also nice that Scotland also, since I don't think France is in the war, it's just Scotland. Not sure what we're supposed to make of that. $18 heavies is all we have left. Jeez. Time to build more fleet. Sorry for all the questions about the guns, but basically copper PM is better for guns because it uses more inputs that are usually not pressured while iron is pressured. Yeah, I would generally agree with that. But like, for this tier of guns that we have specifically, it actually just also is better for the workshops. Because it's going to output more quantity. I imagine that the net value is similar, but you'd rather have like inputs value of 1 and outputs value of 1.5 than inputs value of 1.5 and then you would rather have inputs of 1 and outputs of 1.5 than inputs of 0.5 and outputs of 1, because production efficiency only affects the output number. And so when you stack the production efficiency on a 1.5 versus a 1, it is a lot more valuable, because if you get plus 50%, that moves you up, instead of moving you up to making 1 net, it would move you up to making, so you are making one unit, and it's half a unit on your inputs, or you're making 10 ducats and it's 5 ducats on your inputs, and you get 50% production efficiency, then you're making 10 ducats, right? But if instead you are making 5 ducats, but your inputs are 10 ducats and your outputs are 15, and then you get plus 50%. Instead of getting plus 5 ducats, you get plus 7.5 ducats, right? Because it's based on output. And so it brings you up to 12.5 instead of 10, so it's better. Even though the net value is the same. In absolute terms. Do you automate production methods or manual control? Usually just let it automate. Manually doing PMs is kind of tedious. AI is usually not too bad about it, but it can be, so yeah. But we should be getting a really nice tax-based power spike off of this cloth. That's we have set to auto expand everywhere, and our auto expansion should be pretty quick given that we have a lot of potential burgers. So they should kind of move at a decent pace. So we already have burgers pre-promoted. Alright, let's go after this. We gained men. The good old capture wapture. Time for some slavery, buddy. Yeah, this has much more people in it. Oh, we might have decked into the coalition. Probably should have thought about co-CVing people a little bit more. Which is funny because IRL, iron cannons were invented because the world ran out of copper to make cannons. Yeah, that is funny. You're right. Should be the other way around. I think they just don't want to make the PM too powerful, though. I think it's probably fine. You still get the effect you want, right? Which is that it's better to make cannons with the bronze. All right, we do roll the same one, of course. To be fair, our parliament was actually a hot mess in terms of what we had rolled for our agendas. Just stay winning with the burgers, huh? Almost above 5 cap or 50 cap eco. Alright, so we were thinking of law changing here. God, this is so remotely not close at all. Like, I don't know why that has procs cost 5 land. I think we like favor the ruler. And then we chose to get onto strong guilds instead for the prod. Let's take a peek here. Nice. So we get 5 research. So we get to have it all. The 5% prod ethic is going to be really nice on a lot of our kind of lower prod efficiency things, like this. Getting 5% prod efficiency from strong guilds. Sign me up, brother. I think the PM is showing because you have production efficiency there. The guns research table shows both produce 1 good per PM. Real? I'm not sure I like that in the UI. If that's how it works. No, it's 1.1 here. I think you're looking at a different level of the building. where it's 1 each. Like this one is 1 each. This one's 1.1. We're on this one right now during this run. So, yeah. Rat Kartofen, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna wait until after the month tick before going into battle, because we are in a place that can reinforce. I wonder if we can park a navy. Or all of our carracks damaged? Alright, fair. I know we can repair. I don't know how much we can repair though. Let's just do this. What was that? Bro, how do you move through us? What's that about? Wait, how many heavies is this? I wasn't expecting that. I don't think we win any of that. 24 heavies, yeah. I mean, maybe we win with our galleys. Stacked on top of that. Certainly not without any additional dudes. Start going a little bit further. We did finish a colonization that lets us here. You're right, oops. Nah, yeah. No, I mean, I think that's why I hadn't noticed it before, to be honest. Because I'd looked at the basic PM a lot more. Just like in the aggregate. Oh, this is such a hot mess. Ships we built are finishing. Wait, how's this work? Is Scotland in this war too? How can two guys who are in... Is this always how it's been? This isn't how it works for land battles, is it? So these guys are... They're not in the same war. They're in two separate wars. I'm not sure if this is intended. Well, we won't take both their heavy navies at the same time. But, yeah, having to use our guys to cross the straits actually really done an enormous number on us that is not one we are comfortable with, actually. So we got 16 carracks. Ugh, where are you? Yeah, we should have just made a giant death stack navy before the war started. I don't think we exactly had the opportunity for that. Well, you're a big guy. Don't be shy. You can take them both. Kappa. Yeah, definitely cannot. They are definitely turning us inside out. We can, in fact, not take them. So we take this, and then we take Toulouse, and then I think we start ticking on them. They're not that far off of just a white piece, so we might be able to work that in. Let's see what we're doing in masonry. Clamming up a little bit here. Cheap there, expensive there. Alright. So, I'm gonna continue to need to add in Cordoba. Is the pop high here? The pop isn't high in these two locations, so it's not like we could just slop in a bunch of masons. Kind of not high anywhere here. Yeah. Maybe we should have just kept the really high levels in this market. To be fair, we could... No, we are already auto-expanding out the Mason. Wow. We have plenty of levels, though. We can do this, too. Oh, they're not auto-expanding. I think we upgraded over here, and we had maybe dreams of more masonry. I've been playing a lot of EU5 lately, but it takes so incredibly long to make progress. Am I doing something wrong with being too micro-intensive? No, I'm the same way. I'm one of the slowest content creators in terms of pace of play. Actually, I just think I straight up am the slowest. So I feel you there. It's definitely no good to be playing this slow. Okay, this guy got thwacked. No, wait. No, we did the thwackening. Did it show us losing an army somewhere? Yeah, I play really slow. Watching like Playmaker play is like so wild. Or like, not... Just seeing the pace at which he progresses runs. It's not the like actually playing itself that like to me is such like a head trip, but like he can do runs so much faster than I can. But I spend a lot of time agonizing over decisions. I kind of play fast and loose on stream just because I'm trying to keep the pace up. Because I think you guys care more about the pacing than like... I don't think you guys mind that I haven't hit 500,000 ducats here, is what I mean. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you do. We could just assault just to start to get the ticket going. I think I kind of like that, actually. We are on a power spike where the assaults are going to be really strong in general. Only 250 guys to get through. It's going to take us, yeah. Took us very little dudes. Actually, maybe we just want to assault a bunch more. Especially if we have breaches. I wish there was something a lot more clear. Maybe let's make a little bit of UI, like, feedback thing. Breaches show on map would be nice. And then no-click manual law change. Pacing could be slow if the commentary is good. I try and talk constantly while streaming, but when you're doing the same thing over and over again, like we were kind of doing, where it's like, okay, here's our heuristic, we're gonna expand out automatically, like, all the things that are within this province, because inputs, and it makes sense. Yeah, just a lot of masonry is gonna be, we're gonna have a lot of mason demand, like, constantly, because we're gonna be constantly building for some time now, in a lot of locations. It's just, like, strictly good when that happens. How much more do we need for Al-Andalus? Quite a few. Not too long on the war. I'm also getting really tired of these crusades. Just in general. I don't know why we're getting... Is it because the Papal States don't like us, or what? Getting peasant and clergy sats also kind of nice. That's 20 months of, like, additional satisfaction. Let's come in here. Let's assault here. Ooh. We maybe look to take the capital here of the market capital. Right, it is still Bordeaux, which would give this guy better market access. Do you ever use the supply depot thing? No. No. Don't use it. It's functionally useless, or like not a mechanic. It doesn't do like stone nothing, but like sweating it is so marginal, it's really not worth it. It's amazing how you play. Thank you. How's it? I like I actually don't watch other people play maybe as often as I should, so I actually don't really have a very good, I think, representation of how people play, other than them just directly telling me how they play. It's actually probably a huge weak spot for me. That's one of the reasons I was trying with a recent poll, trying to identify just like how much money people are making, like, as a metric of success. Pizzazz. We do not want to fully reinforce there. Talix, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You own all of Spain? Almost. Do you max out granaries to increase pop growth, or just wing it? I'm push them a lot. I don't know if I max them out in every single location possible. But just because I do it doesn't mean... I think it's more likely than not, like, maxing them out everywhere is correct. Practically speaking, that starts to be a lot of masonry, and so you'd have to do the math on, like... Is, like, the masonry loop more pop efficient? And, like, how long does it take the additional pop growth in industries that are less shit to, like, pay off? Because you're gonna need not just the masonry, but the inputs for the masonry too. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I think it's more likely than not it's good, though, to just max them out. Pop growth's really strong. Surely we win this. Alright. Okay, we have 23 heavies. Not a lot. We also have some light ships here. Maybe we can patrol the seas with these two locations and keep our stuff up. I wonder if we take it before, yeah, before we can get attacked. Looks like the AI didn't even try and attack us anyways. I think in theory they're supposed to there, but... Theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. That's another one that's super easy to misclick. I kind of hate that the... Or, hate's such a strong word. I should not be using it as much. One thing Vic 3 is really nice is if you have, like, a gold rush, you could pick the option where, like, always do this option. And I kind of almost wish we could do that there. If you subject papacy, can they declare crusades? I don't think so, but Scotland declared the crusade on us. I think they could apply for a crusade. Well, looks like this guy just loves a white piece. What's going on here? They did not desire anything else. Brother, why'd you crusade us then, my guy? Well, we're not trying to take anything off of them. So that makes our life a little bit easier. How did we lose our heavy ships over there? I don't know how I did that. Tax efficiency 5%. Yeah, I think we'll take the stab. Are we really making 4K? What the hell? Feels like a lot. The thing is, we have, like, no slider expenses. It's all pure margin. The building maintenance, like, the math is such that, like, generally speaking, the stimulus that this does just adds more than it, like, you lose. Maybe we can unpack that a little bit. If we take a look at the... Sorry. We're paying for 71 barracks in the bot market. It's costing us 151. Okay. In the bot market, we have a bunch of buildings. Some of these buildings are military buildings. Stuff like the tanneries. Which, to be fair, there's an upgraded form of this, so we're pushing these. We just haven't replaced them. And by and large, let's say that on average they're making 1.5 ducats. I think they're making a little bit more, but we'll just kind of push through that. And then we also have weaponsmiths. We'll call these 1.5 ducats as well. Let's kind of tabulate these a little bit. 79 plus weaponsmiths 45 plus 37 plus this. So what are we at? Like 170. Cannon makers 2. Let's call it 200-ish. Things that are making 1.5 ducats a piece. So we'll call that 300 ducats worth of industry. Something like this. That 300 ducats gets added to the tax base. We lose 5% of that because we have 5% Diplo spending. So as we increase our economic base, because we're spending 5% of our economic base here, we'll lose 15, so that's 285. And then, I hate, this bug is obnoxious. We'll just call it 285, and then currently average taxing these guys, probably around 50%. But that's because we're running the parliament. Let's call it 30% normally. Maybe it's a little bit more. Probably is a little bit more. But let's call it 1/3. So 285. So 1/3 of that is going to be 95. So we're making around 95 ducats on these industries, which, to be fair, we are expanding more of these and we'll probably be making more money. But okay, we're making 95 ducats on these industries that are associated with the barracks. In that market, and that's just the bot market, looks like the barracks are costing us 195, 151. Is there other industries attached to them? So maybe we're actually net negative underwater on the barracks. But they also eat 2 paper. And some cloth. Did we miss another industry? The paper and the cloth. So, in essence, it's giving us a lot of profitable opportunities, which we have not fully realized. And as it stands now, we're making back 75-80% based off the demand that's being created there. Again, with some of these still expanding out, although this is not our expansion. Not my expansion. And also, as we build more of it, the price of those inputs will dip. And what I'm getting at here with this is that this doesn't really functionally lose us money. It creates opportunities for profitable buildings. It's not a strong enough effect that we lose money on it, really. We'll do that. Especially as the prices get pushed down. Love your YouTube content, you're the GOAT. Thank you so much, Telex. One thing's for sure, that the creators don't showcase the eco at all most of the time. It's part of the building. I'm so happy to be a loyal follower. Yeah, I don't think I've seen them sweat the eco really hard. To me, that's the most interesting part. In general. I think we can get rid of... Let's get rid of this guy, actually. Okay, and then let's grab this, I guess. Let's send this guy back. Send this guy up. Just kidding, we'll send this guy this way. Are we winning this? We might be winning this without him. Yeah, he over-reinforced here on the right flank. You hate to see it, but this just means he's going to get diced up in the center and not be able to reinforce unless he's got reinforcements coming in, which I'm not sure he does. That will be it for him. The only thing I've learned to build castles on really rough mountain terrain, so you can always be the defender. Yeah. It does ensure you're the defender. You don't always want to fight sometimes having a dice bonus is actually bad for you, though. You probably want a little bit of a mix, but yeah, in general, rough terrain. Playing slow may be actually kind of advantage. I find it interesting because you have the patience to do all the tedium. It's a different angle for you. I suppose it sets me apart, but it makes it so that it takes me way longer to make a video than it does other people, which I think is not what you want. The amount of hours I have to spend per video is probably a little bit higher. Let's get these guys reinforcing as well. So that'll be good. What about marketplaces? They seemed good to spam for the market access and trade capacity. The trade seems really weak to me in my current playthrough. Trade is pure value. Pure value. Trade income's more valuable than other income. For us, it's not way more valuable, so we're kind of more into the tax with this run in particular, but trade no longer increases the size of your economic base. So, our economic base is what is determining the cost of our Diplo spending. It's 5% of our economic base, or it's 10% for the entire slider. We're paying for 53% of it, and so, okay. That ends up being... Actually, we need to figure out what the edicts... because it's not adding to your economic base, this creates a situation that's very interesting in that if you have like a lot of slider expenses, if you're doing like this, right, and this is 20%, this is 25%, then money we add to the tax base is less valuable. Like, tax income is only what is it? How's that math work on that? If we have 25%, then for every 4 ducats we add to the tax base, if we add 100 ducats to the tax base, let's say, if we are only extracting through tax 30%, we extract 30. And then if our cost, of course, total cost is 25% of our economic base, then this will increase the cost of court by adding 100 to our tax base by 25. So that 100 we added to the tax base only increases income by 5. But also the additional taxation of 30 ducats only actually increases our income by 5 as well. And so if you're in a situation where you're heavy paying on sliders, trade income becomes a lot better. And so if you are making a lot from trade, heavy slidering becomes a little lot better as well. How is dice bonus for you bad? Because sometimes you prefer having more frontage. The frontage is more valuable than the dice. This is particularly the case in instances where you have a professional army. Like, let's say the frontage, because every time you get dice, you decrease frontage. If you have 30 units and your opponent has 18 units, reducing frontage from 10 to 6 favors them, even if you're getting the dice bonus, because they will be able to bring 100% of their units to bear, where you will only be able to bring 60% of your units to bear, so you only get to use 60% of your stats. So this is bad for you. Even though you're the defender, it hurts you. Let's go here, so that the auto fill up will go better, faster. Alright, bud. You got it, pal. My kingdom. my kingdom for some good fucking naval, like, interaction. Alright, we have more heavies and we have more boats. We should win this, but it's maybe a little bit opaque. We have more guys on them in the center. Hopefully we're not rolling too many galleys in. We do have galley support. I think we're gonna ignore that for now. Okay. I think if we're patrolling there, we could maybe let these guys out again. How much are we paying per segment out of the proximity? Wow, we're only paying 4 on a segment. We have like 60 to 70% reduction right now. Here we're paying 7 on the segment. Control of the borderlands and reliance on local tribes. This is, just to kind of go through this, the flat reduction of 25 road. Control of the borderlands, theocracy. Reliance on local tribes. Our capitals in North Africa, Dev is Dev. Local infrastructure. This is an age focus. Chartered councils is Basque. Supreme Court, just normal building. Merindad division. You can't sit with us because we're Iberian and we're just better than you. And then admin, you know. I feel like my trade income is super low, but I've let it auto. We're mostly autoing it. Try and play Hansa. Trade is pretty much all you care about. Helps in figuring things out. No. They got rid of that in EU4 because the reduced frontage plus mountain was too strong. Why are you still taxing the Ulama while having 250k? This is a high score, brother. That's high score. We don't have GDP, so we'll have to settle for how many ducats you have in your bucket. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? You feeling me, dog? I think we can kind of assault a little bit aggressively. By the way, did they bring back the terrain malice for the roads? Yes and no. I think it's bugged. Going upriver. You will encounter it if you're going upriver and you're acquiring the bonus. I think this is a bug. I don't think it's intended. But yeah, the terrain bonus comes back. Maybe this terrain intended. I cannot think of a reason from a simulation perspective why you would want that, though. Is tax base not better than high score? Tax base is okay. The thing is if tax base always showed up here, I'd feel different about it. Like, the high score has to be, like, visible. But yeah, tax base is not that manipulatable. We're kind of shooting up. We're kind of popping off here. Let's enslave you these guys. Now I remember the law we wanted to turn on. We wanted to turn on state piracy. Should we give France the bucket, chat? Wow, all caps is on. Great power score? Great power score is maybe okay. Let's actually check our great power score. Most of it's coming from population, scaled by control, monthly income from subjects. I feel like we're getting way too many from subjects. Yeah, but maybe we could use that. I think, like, just in the abstract, if we did have stronger opponents, like, we would want to spend more money. So, like, playing in such a way where you generate decent money, I think, is something I'm still interested in. Even if it ends up, practically speaking, maybe not mattering so much. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it just kind of feels a little bit, off. Wah, we will do the thing. Right click. All the navies, please come here. Emerge to the strongest. Some sorting out is in order. People are wondering, hey, what's giving France the bucket? We have a 100% score. We should give France the bucket. Alright, well, that's... France deserves nothing less. Alright. Nobody complain about the, Once we give France the bucket, people better not complain about the border gore. We will have to take their capital to give them the bucket, so... Are the forts absurd, or what is generating this money? Just, we don't have anything... There's nothing crazy going on. It's just normal stuff. A big part of our income has to do with the fact that we're only paying 5% of economic base on sliders, and that's just for the Diplo. Which is... A lot of this is we actually just want for the diplomats, which, like, we don't actually need right now. Because we're not paying close enough attention to it. Is that guy inland enough for this to... Let's see Paul Island's control. I guess here might be kind of okay-ish. Actually, the way to do this is maybe, if you're not Devon a province, you get annexed. If you ain't Devon, I think they're all Devon? Getting annexed, so... What are you doing here? Yeah, they're all using Dev province. Leon's gonna be the least likely to do it. Whose threat is this? To take Zamora. That's gonna be Leon's, which means we can annex Portugal, actually. Yeah. Also, I don't know how that got to be just like this mega city, but I don't think we want this urban, which will make our annexation of them a little bit cheaper. And we're going to want to change things up here as well. Don't think... He's coastal. I think that, yeah, we want to... Yeah... I think that's probably okay. I think we're super okay keeping wine urbanized. Wine is just kind of a trash RGO, and we'll downgrade the other stuff. Yeah, because the Zamora CB is coming from Leon, so this means Portugal's free for us to annex. Hey, thank you for the 6-month membership. Gannon Patton, 2858. Glad to finally pop in for a live stream. Thanks for all the videos. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. How is economic base calculated? Oh god, I'm the tooltip is wrong, so I'm gonna show you the tooltip, but it's wrong. It doesn't include trade anymore. I'm not 100% sure what it includes. The volume of trades. Like 10% of your subject income, if I recall correctly, is included in this. Or maybe it's vassals and dominions only. Can we hover it and see? I don't think we can hover it and see. Okay, no, we can. So we get a small base amount from POPs, tax base of our subjects, which, to be fair, this actually might make colonies just straight up bad as the game scales on and they start to get a lot of tax base. But it's scaling from this stuff. And then the institution scaling is also large. We haven't actually taken a super close look at this since they adjusted it. I low-key forgot about the institution scaling. But being able to kill your slider cost is really valuable in general. So all it takes is one good death war. Why the bucket? Their 2 locations make an ideal circle around Paris. No. You have to do the bucket. If you put them in a box, they will just get out of the box. But if you give a man a box, he will leave the box. But if you give him a bucket, he will bucket for the rest of his life. An important age-old adage, right? Everyone remembers that. Wow, that's crazy that he clipped us when we were assaulting and we still win that. Wild. Let's free these guys. Oh, did we have like a 30 stack somewhere? No, we had sent them in. We have this 15 stack though. Who's our heir? We do not have an heir because we're an admiral elective, but we don't really have very good options. We should maybe actually change this law. So let's get a little stability investment going. That's right. This guy was elected as an admiral because he has an admiral trait, but his admiral trait just can't lead navies. You'll love to see it. Alright. We're just gonna keep going like a straight line towards Paris. Is there anyone? Yeah, they did put people there. There's a map setting that makes subjects use overlord color, no border gore then. Oh, you misunderstand me, good sir. we're gonna make a bucket, and so we're just gonna have an exclave in France. That is the bucket. Chat has spoken. Chat has demanded Bordergore. I mean, I guess we could do this. Do city olives? What? Oh, the resource? Yeah, almost always. Not 100% of the time. If it has really good options for staying rural, from a perspective of like what it can build, and it's on a river, and like the logic is, oh well, we can just Colombian exchange this later, but we can breadbasket it with olives for now. Then sometimes, also if there's like really acute food issues in a market, this makes it so like even olives, you're like, ah, okay, sure. Sure. Actually, maybe this guy deals with that. And this guy keeps pushing on to Paris. Yeah, let's do that. That's also probably just generally good practice. Oh, we're gonna take so many slaves when we sack this Bizzle. I wonder how many Frankian pops we have right now. No Franconian. Oh, we have a good amount of Antwerp. Other than that, not too much. It seems. Almost want to automate Diplo, except for they'll automatically declare wars for you, which is kind of wild, unless they change that. If you give a man a box, he will give you, he will escape. If you give a man a bucket, he will accept his death. Yes. Is there something with England, by the way, where the monarch stops having kids? Married monarch stopped having kids in the early 1400s, so I have no heirs. Yes, there's a fertility thing with the York and Lancaster things alive. Okay. That'll do it. Formations are a bucket, depends on your point of view. That's right, everything is a bucket depending on your point of view, to be fair. I mean, it really depends on your point of view, but I am become bucket. Harbinger of death. Destroyer of worlds. This evening I was hanging out with a friend, and it reminded me of a bumper sticker I had gotten him one time. And, oh, how much do I want to... Nah... I'll not share the details. I have to talk a little bit about his personal life, just kidding. We're not telling the anecdote here today. I don't think he'd care, but... I try not to... dox people. I mean, let's get it back here, I guess. And let's have this guy get rid of the army. It's not border guard, it's beautiful, especially when the control proximity map mode for France is turned on. Surely, I mean, truly, this is the only way to look at it, right? Alright. I think we can assault them with 13397, guys. And that'll work out. We stole the art, baby. God, Mike, it's gonna be so sweet when art actually does anything that you care about. Yeah, this guy's like, you know what, dude? I kind of don't like this war. And we're like, you know what, dog? It's time for the bucket. We're putting you in the bucket. Alright. Behold the bucket. Maybe you want to take some other stuff too. Doesn't exactly work the way we want it to. I think we could see the releasables, but there's honestly just releasables stone everywhere. Aquitaine's kind of off the table, but it's almost one we would want. We could go for burn and just feed him this. And I think we want to, like, take a lot of ducats off them, too. Oh, we don't need this, I don't think. Just feed burn the additional location. But we're also ticking, yeah, on slaves here. He resieges his stuff, unfortunately, but that is what it is. All the province capitals really kind of pretty well forted out. We will refill the garrison in Paris, though, here. And we'll look to march all the way through. Enslaved. You do the circle like 3 times in different games and never switched. I mean, I've seen them move their capital. It would be a change in AI logic if they didn't. If they stopped switching. That's like apocalyptically bad for them. I'm not sure I want the AI to be playing that bad. For him to just not switch. Demolish forts of the first war. Someone else was telling me that forts decrease war score cost a lot. Actually, let's maybe take a look. The thing is, they'll just rebuild them, like, pretty often. Well, that's been my observation. So someone was saying that this is more expensive because fort. And not just because the fort bonus. Is that under buildings? I think that's just the number of buildings they have. Yeah, because, or... This has buildings here. My understanding is that it makes it cost more if you don't control forts in a province. All locations in that province cost more, but someone was saying forts very specifically add more cost. And I don't think that's the case. In a test run you did in debug mode, divert trade with economic hegemony stacked with divert subjects, so I got all the trade. You get all their trade capacity? That's kind of interesting. In terms of maybe trying to get the most out of colonies. I haven't used this in forever, actually. I don't even know what category it's in. Okay, that's just trade advantage. That's what I thought. But this is trade advantage and trade capacity. And then they lose a shitload of loyalty. Oh, we can't sort by loyalty in this menu. Wow, Jesus Christ. I didn't realize we could completely throw the slider. But okay, our... So we could cripple this guy. And then we'll get 50% trade cap. I'm actually gonna write this down. This is something I think we're underdoing. Divert trade on colonies specifically. But you're saying you get 100% of the trade advantage, right? I guess that's what you're saying. You get half their trade cap from forced divert too? From the eco one? It's just not showing up in the UI? This gives you half their trade capacity. So you're saying if we use this on the Papal States, that gets us their trade capacity? Brother, that's no way that's how that works. Well, I mean... I'm not saying I know that you're wrong, I'm saying that, like, that would be insane. If that's how that worked. We have 23 capacity, they have 70. Oh, and trade... What the what is that? As an interaction... Oh, that's so stupid. What the hell is that? You did it on all of India? I don't even think you should be able to do that. That's so absurd. What? Half their trade capacity? That's so... I'm pretty sure it used to just give trade advantage, but I could be mistaken. That's obscene. What is that? I kind of don't want to do this because I think this is stupid as hell. I guess the AI doesn't really have that much trade capacity very often, so because they kind of suck at playing the game, but ugh. I mean, the Mamluks have I don't even know if I want to do this. I'm gonna save real quick. The Mamluks have a ton of trade capacity, right? Alright, we're making 626 from trade. This is so disgusting. Oh, why can't we do it on the Mamluks? You do it on the Ottomans. What? That's the Ottomans? Brother. What happened, Step Ottomans? I think we just subjugate them for their claims at that point. Is subject not a great power? Got it. Hey Renee, long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Will you conquer the capital and then divert? Oh, you need to have the... Well, I think it said not GP, but we could just do this on the Papal States. So what we're gonna get plus 35 trade capacity there, and we're gonna go to the top of it seems so seems gratuitous, man. I'm not sure I'm okay with this as an interaction. I felt like I looked at all the interactions before, that one sucked before, but I can't like explicitly say what it did. Those Ottomans is why you're being crusaded, actually. They can't own a market. Also works on base nations, and they plenty what? I'm not even sure I want to do it. Like, yeah, we took their 35 trade cap and take over the market. This is so stupid, bro. God, that's gotta be... Is that banned in multiplayer? I can't imagine playing multiplayer like that. Or I guess your goal is to somehow get immune? I just try one little siege the normal way. It's just owning a market. They have to not own a market. So, because these guys own a couple markets... Got it. Wow, that's incredible. Still have forts on almost all of the locations that are whatchamacallums. I think we'll go for this here because we had a breach. Yeah. I think there's a really high pop province up here. Rowan, yeah. We'll go for that and then wrap up the war, I think. What's the antag look like? Manageable. Manageable because there's so few tags. Alright, we want to take non-bucket provinces. Could take some ish over here. We could try and take a subject and take this market. We do want to take this, but the problem is he gets the doesn't want to be isolated penalty. Unless we start taking from like the rear area here. Which is maybe okay. I think this pisses off the Italians a lot, which we don't need on our conscience. Could take Turkestan in this location, maybe. How are we doing antag-wise? Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Probably doesn't matter anymore. Everything's just so Thunderdome-y in this patch anyways. You get people to hate you if you do it in multiplayer, I bet. I don't know, it still seems just uber worth though, no? Maybe not. Maybe people hate you is like real bad, so I guess... I actually could see myself throwing a run over that. Just tell someone like, look, if you don't do that, I'll do everything to just crush you. Because, like, this is functionally detrimental enough to my game that I think that that's fine for me. Sometimes it's about the meta session, which is like, you demonstrate to the lobby that you're going to respond to something very, very poorly if they do it. Surely this is like got a releasable. Hesse release. I'm just like looking at some of these releases, man. I mean, Tersan makes a lot of sense. Especially because we accept these cultures better. Like, we should be going for this stuff anyways. Yeah, I think we do that. We, like, are waiting on this, so we could just assault it. To get ourselves a peace deal. The reason why just an immediate peace deal is, like, valuable to us. Why were you not patrolling? The reason it's not, we want to get our maritime back in order. Not having it is hurting us. Yeah, let's peel and see if we get a breach here. If not, we're going to try and assault. I really don't know if we could assault here. With, like, 6k down troops. You know what? I actually think we just can't. I don't think that works, because most of the troops that are dead are the infantry and stuff. Or the people who get used in the assault. We would have to march our asses up here. I mean, there's other things that have, like, tons and tons of pops, though. It's faster to click on a circled siege icon rather than select the army. You're right. They'll band together and surely beat you. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do it to everyone. Yeah, doing it to everyone seems crazy. I don't know, how do we feel about hegemonies in general, guys? It can be abstract. Alright. Let's do this and this. So at least these two sea nodes will be in good shape. I mean, we have just way bigger fleet than them at this point. I mean, there's no one in this side of things. Surely we could just, oh, we didn't even look at our stuff. Surely we could just detach light ships. I mean, we'll give them a couple months to get everything up to max, but detach some amount of light ships and put them on this stuff. Like, if we control these two sea zones. Maybe that's an argument for taking the med stuff, actually. Let's do that. That actually saves us a headache. In terms of being able to get troops there. What's in the box? It's a lot of money. Did I siege the wrong place? Maybe I did. Or does it do the thing where... No, I think I sieged the wrong place. Sometimes you take slaves such that it depopulates the thing, and since population is one of the things that determines province capital, it makes it so that the thing that was the province capital is no longer the province capital. A little bit rare, but kind of cute. Is it bugged? No, it's not. Cool. Do we want to co-CB the Papal States? Probably not. Probably not. Hopefully there's not a fort here. Yeah, there's a fort. X-Sling. I want to know where they are. I think we're gonna do a little scummy. Yeah, it's all this stuff back here that they're just slow colonizing. We can't search it right now. Maldito, thank you for the follow. But maybe we don't need to annex Castile. The thing is, if we send them back into the New World, I don't know if they can become a colonial country, but we definitely want to annex them to get all their subjects. Is that America? Cool. Man, AI really just loves expanding out one big-ass colony. Definitely a behavior you want to have if you want the AI to... If you want to make a colonial kingdom. But definitely not very effective. If we just take them out here, we won't get claims anymore. But this is what we need to be able to form this, which is kind of what we care more about for this run. Then, so, if we're playing for like pure power level, we like 100% have to do it. But since we're not, or have to make sure, like, I don't think we want to annex them. I think it's better to just play slow, because also forming Al-Andalus doesn't give you anything. But since we want to form it, and we kind of want to form it ASAP, I would rather just, I think we're just going to take this Castilian land and just be annoyed that we can't take this stuff, because we can't see it. And they're like, their speed on their colony is like molasses. Like, they're colonizing this area and then... They basically, well, i.e. they might not even be paying for their slider. Here they'll also like lose all their supply for their colonies. Yeah, they'll just be in bad shape. So we got East Asturias here. Look to set up eco stuff a little bit here. But that eco stuff is probably just gonna be a little bit of this, and we could kind of be okay with a little bit more things. I think we do want to set up auto expand on tools specifically. Because there's iron in the province, but don't necessarily want that much economic activity here because we don't have much control up here, so. I think we have enough livestock in this We have enough livestock and food just in this entire region that we don't really need to worry about urbanizing too much. This place is on the coast, so I think we'll keep it urban. I think we'll just upgrade. Expand out the tools. And not do anything too crazy. We do have iron. We do have the percent bonus, but I don't think we want this. Second one of those. I think we'd much rather get something useful here, like a lumber mill. Beginning to think we should also just have a ton of lumber mill auto expands, but we'll put that one in. It'll take them a while to get the pops necessary. This is going to be huge for us. You get 10% of the pops, I think, is what you get 10% of the peasants. Unemployed peasants. Unemployed peasants in the location. So this should give us like 15,000 slaves. And jurors. 8,500. So what's the heuristic then? I thought it was like 10% unemployed. I guess it's 5%? And I was misremembering. Still, it's a ton of pops, and so it's going to get this entire region as well. On the peasants, which there's going to be a lot. We do want to hit up here, though. Basically, actually, all of Normandy. So... 8K is a lot to get for free. Nice. So, patrol isn't broken. Doesn't patrol if the maritime presence isn't low enough. To that extent, I think that the threshold is 90%, and they absolutely should keep patrolling if they're at 90%. Or this is what I remember being told. Hug box being done? Yeah, it's okay though. Mexicorn AT, thank you for the follow. I'm curious about the formation swapping you've been doing for the advances. What are the requirements of that? Does the previous country need to be destroyed? Yes, the previous country does need to be gone, so Navarra needs to not exist for us to be able to form Navarra. I love being able to, being forced to change my court language and embargo my allies. The embargo one's probably the most annoying one. When the AI smacks you with it. Actually, you know what? Divert trade's probably hella annoying. Just you as the player are always immune to it, given the requirements. God, I've been clicking stupidly. If I could just click the circle. I don't think clicking the circle always works. As well. Like, there's been so many UI changes that, like... A lot of really, really good UI changes. I almost wish people could have played on, like, the pre-release version, just to see how bad the UI was before. Do we win this? It's like mono heavies. I mean, I guess we just do this, right? Alright, they have a breach. Any other places? think we have a lot of our slave centers down here, so man oh man are we starting to get popped up here. I think we can get rid of the slave center. I think we built a slave center wherever we had farmland. Yeah, you can see these places all doing really, really nice, and it's exactly what we did by the looks of it. Not over here though, I don't think. So let's do that. The idea is slave centers direct where the slave pops go. Oh, we did do it. Oh. Let's do that. Kinda don't want to send it to a wine province. But okay. Nice. Can we? No, we cannot. But here will give us access to that. We maybe should have just let this automated thing do its thing. I think stab is the most expensive. With 3 hegemonies, it's plus 60% more antagonism. Did that get buffed? Or, like, increased? Removes the RP element of PP with your friends. Too bad you can't do humiliate wars to enlarge your PP. I agree. That's what a lot of people do on the road with their big cars. Is the goal. Just thinking, like, driving on the road today. Someone had, like, when the truck is, like, super jacked up and, like, it shines right into your, like, rear view. It's so annoying. Naval patrol kind of breaks in any place with bad naval weather. Yeah, this is maybe... Actually, you know what? I was thinking of doing a Sweden run. But now that I think about it, let's not do a Sweden run. Mainly for this exact reason, is that it's incredibly obnoxious. To deal with the maritime patrolling. And this is on their, like, to-do list. So... Ransom Prisoner just got so turbo nerfed. It used to give you so much antag reduction, now it gives you, like, nothing. I mean, I guess we take this entire province and just look to take coasts. Maybe it is this. In for a penny, in for a pound. I mean, everyone wants a piece. The super big guys don't, I guess. I mean, I guess what we would prefer is actually Narbonne to not annex them. Because subjugation decay is slower. Or sorry, subjugation decay happens in parallel. Then... Yeah, let's forget about this for now. Subjugation decay. Is this guy... What is this guy's deal, actually? What are you doing here? Appanage. So we can't do anything with appanages. Got it. I think we'd rather just vassalize their dudes. Because of the way decay works. This guy's got a breach. So maybe we just get a nice big round of slaves and then call it. I mean, we can't do some of this other stuff anyways here. Or like, the stuff that we have to be at peace to do, we can't do anyways because we're at war with Castile. Join the Middle Kingdom right now. What's the advantage of centers versus slave markets? Well, slave markets determine when you take slaves for slave raiding, where they appear. Markets you could also build in your location. Slave centers are only in foreign locations, so... like, categorically they're either allowed or not allowed, you know? You can see all of our auto-expandings continuing to go, though. That we started this episode off on. You can see they built 6 of these. Making some good money. How's our eco base? Yeah, it's looking up. I think it's not way higher since the start of the episode. I think we haven't progressed very far, unfortunately. The perma-crusading, like, business is a vibe. That is not a happy vibe. Which is why, the only reason we're really decking France here is because they were going to deck us first. This is a defensive war. Which we're, like, saying as a meme, but, like, it kind of was. Okay. We did not have enough, we did not have enough of those brothers to handle that. Infantrymen. This soon. Is there a slavery 101 guide somewhere? Don't interact with the mechanic and it's hella confusing the first time. I don't have one. I think some other people have made some. Oh, now there's a breach. Alright, okay. Yeah, I would just YouTube it. I don't have one. If you have a specific question, I could probably answer it, but... the trade good arrives in the market, but how is it converted into pops? So, what happens is, slave pops and slave goods are semi-independent from each other. And the reason why they're semi-independent is because even if you cannot produce a slave pop in a location, you will still produce a slave good. So let's take a look here. Looks like we deleted our slave center there, which kind of makes some sense, because we'd already accumulated a lot of slaves. So what will happen is, as long as we have an eligible pop to create slaves, this slave market will continue to make slaves in this location. Okay, monthly enslavement plus 12. And in order to be eligible, they have to not be of an accepted culture, and they have to not be of our religion. And then we can enslave them. If there are no eligible pops, we will continue to produce the slave good out of here without producing the slave itself. Okay? And so what that means is that what will often happen is you will get into situations where slave goods are being produced, but not actual any slaves are being produced. What happens when a trade occurs is that for every full trade good moved, it will move 200 slaves if there are 200 slaves that have been earmarked for trading. This is my understanding for it, is that there's like an internal representation where slaves are either marked for trade or they're not marked for trade, and once they're marked for trade, they become ineligible for some things like promotions. It's just going to wait until you have moved enough trade capacity to move them, and then they all move at the same time. I think it tries to do them in big groups rather than just like if you're moving half trade good, it moves 100 pops or something like this for performance reasons. But if there are eligible pops, when you are trading slaves, it will move the slaves with them, and it will move them into locations that have demand for slaves, whether it's empty RGOs or the like. Buildings that actually employ them, like here's a building that does employ slaves here, right? But if you don't have any eligible pops and you do the trades will go through, but no pops will get moved because there's no slaves that were eligible. Also, in some instances, if you're importing slaves and they are not eligible for you to have as slaves, they become immediately freed on arrival. I think the game is funny about how it lets you do that or doesn't let you do that or something like this. But how do I got Dhimmi estate as a Catholic nation by spanning slave markets in Africa? You got it for building an overseas building in a Muslim country that has Dhimmi pops. So very often if you build it like... if you build an overseas trading post, this creates burger potentials. It's also in someone else's country, and so if they're Sunni, it will make I believe this also converts pops to your cultures, or some overseas buildings converts pops to your culture. So if you create a building that makes overseas burgers for the other person, those burgers that are your culture will be, if they flip Catholic, will be part of the Dhimmi estate, because they're Dhimmi in the location in which they are. So getting an overseas trading post with like the Ottomans is very valuable to get like a Dhimmi estate or whatever. Why don't you make the bucket deeper? Bucket's pretty deep, man. I mean, I guess. Because we're going to need to create, like, subjects for each of these. What's in the bucket? I mean, alright, we'll make the bucket deeper. I'm just waiting to get these slaves here, I think. What is this? We want to take this all ourselves. Oh, are we not real? Navarra? Can't transfer to ourselves, the truth hurts. I feel like Patrol the Seas kind of work like Carpet Siege. It used to just spread out all the guys, but then it was actually really obnoxious for different reasons. Like, your navy was really annoying to keep track of when Patrol the Seas just split everyone up, and I think it contributed to lag. Quite a lot. But they used to all just split up and, like, go all over the place. I think the system's much better in terms of keeping track of your navy. Like, in terms of micro and, like, paying attention to things, I think it's much better, but it's probably a little bit less clear, yeah. The French stole our oil, so it's defensive. Yeah, basically. It was a provocation. There we go. Got him. Provocation. Terrible. Let's do this even. Jesus. The bucket to end all buckets. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna take one more tick of this, I think. I keep on postponing, like, ending this war, basically. I really don't want to hand this over to Portugal, bro. Why are we an invalid target? Didn't used to be an invalid target. I mean, I guess we're annexing them right now, but I don't want to make them bigger. I just want to own this stuff. I mean, I guess if they're gonna own it, I'd rather they own the whole province, just because it's a little cleaner. We'll start annexing these guys as well, because they're no longer fulfilling their use. Got him. Yeah, let's take some cash too. Have to be really careful not to trap our armies inside the bucket or our subjects' territory. Yeah, don't want it to go through their territory. It's time, boys. Look at this glorious, glorious proximity of France. Clearly, they have their shit together. You know, all that infrastructure. They're doing good work. Good things for the nation. But behold the bucket. I said behold the bucket. The bucket. You've been bucketed, bro. What's your control, my guy? Oh, max control? It's 17? But this is weird. It says 78 right here. Bucketed. Oh, 14? Oh, bucketed. Look at this. Buckets. Homeboy's gonna have to build some things. There's some issues with slaves of the Ottomans. They don't want to be employed in the janissary barracks. Okay, so here's what you do with the slaves. And so what is happening is you're slave raiding. You're taking them to the locations. Yeah? And then they don't get redistributed. Because there's no system for internal market redistribution of slaves. So what you need to do, and this is really kind of cute, is you need to... Did our trades get canceled? You need to shuffle your slaves back and forth between two markets. So we are, from Cordoba, trading slaves to Bat. But then from Bat, we are trading slaves to Cordoba. And so what this will do is when trades happen, it puts the slaves where they need to be in order to be useful. Here, let's... Whoa, we still not collapsed the price of masonry. That's a problem. But by trading them back and forth, what it'll do is it'll pull the slaves out of the slave center and then move them to where they need to be. So when we move two slaves goods, let's say, from this market, Cordoba to Bat, they will be distributed in like stuff like the RGOs or where we need them in terms of the judiciary barracks. And they won't be plopped into another place that just has a slave market. They'll go to where they're needed. And so by just shuffling them back and forth, you redistribute them to where they needed. So like Granada, for example, had like... we had hundreds, I think we had like close to 300,000 pops. To be fair, we still have a lot of pops here, so that's a little bit of a concern. But you can see 17,000 slaves. I think we had like over 60,000 slaves at one point, and the fact that we're shuffling them back and forth helps out with that. There's also a ton of slaves that are going to the New World because we are currently there's currently the thing that creates demand for slaves. I think it might be going away now, or it might have gone away recently, but it was around. The triangle trade. Yeah, it did go away. So. Excuse me. This guy will help out versus the Papal States? I mean, okay. Sure. It's maybe a problem that we only get 4% war score, though. Coming up on the locations we need. I think with all the annexations we have, we'll get there soon. They have to fix weather and naval stuff. It's tedious micromanaging them. Absolutely. Why can't I take any slaves playing as Shiite Theodoro and the capitals in Constantinople? Are you talking about taking slaves using a slave market in Constantinople? If all your pops are Greek, you can't enslave your primary culture. It sounds laughably similar to Russian serfdom. State would provide funds to landowners based on the amount of people they own, so they'd add dead souls to the papers. If they're on the books, they're still alive, I think you mean? Let's come in here and actually just full expand the masonry there. We do need more masonry in this market. Let's maybe do this too. Are you online at this time? I'm confused. Yeah, we're gonna be done probably pretty soon in the session. I'm trying to, before the end of the new year, because I'm going to be gone for the next, like, 10 days. I would like to... Or I'm just going to be offline. I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to get this run done. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to form the things. I think we just turn around and violate sovereignty on these guys, to be honest. They hate our guts out of the way. Oh, I stopped caring about exploration. Not like this. needed to colonize this like forever ago. Like yesterday. Kind of not maybe micromanaging the colonies as much as we should here. I think that that's okay considering things are coming to a close. That's brutal, yeah. I honestly was ready to hear, so what you need to do is form Rome, because they knew a couple things about slave logistics. Big true, to be honest. That's why they didn't need steam power. I actually don't know if that anecdote is accurate. Like, Rome's invented steam power, they just didn't use it because they had slaves, and they were like, oh, yo, dog, we don't need this ish. That's one for the fact checkers, maybe. But I have heard that. This feels like we should be full occupying Castile. I guess maybe it shouldn't work like that. Maybe it should. Just feels like it. You start as your hometown for a World Conquer campaign. Where's your hometown? The rectangle exchange, basically. I just got the most crazy reform as Naples. 2 free reforms in a government seat with 10 morale. What is this? The Serene Republic of Naples? 2 free gov reforms. I don't think I've seen that in the game files, and I've gone through the game files. I know they have a specialty reform that's really good. But it's like through an event thing. Can you screenshot that and tag me on Discord? Somewhat accurate, their machine's powered by a boiling pot with a nozzle, but they're cute little inventions, not show off, not machines. Yeah. That sounds like one of those, it's kind of true, but people stretched it type of ones. Oh, this guy just needs better relations, actually. It's beautiful. So France is dead. Effectively. Let's get some penetration here, actually. Can we zip in here? Okay. Nice. I think we'll just take the tick here and then unsiege Geneva. Now over 10% with Castile. We do have enough to just kick them out. And we could go after him later. How many locations is this though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 51, so we still need a lot of locations. We have these 2 colonizations coming through, but I think we're gonna need colonize or finish Portugal too. I mean, if we're not separate piecing, then if we're not separate piecing the Papal States, and we don't need to full annex this guy to get kind of what we want, then it maybe doesn't make too much sense to extend this war for, like, really, for what? Taking more slaves up here? I mean, I guess maybe up there makes some sense to go after. Yeah, okay. We'll just assault some stuff and take some slaves. Nice with the cabinet seat. Curtail the clergy is maybe not actually going to be worth it, given how much our cabinet's suffering from it. We only allow the nobles, because we're curtailing the... Wait, why could we employ this gentleman? Oh, curtail the... Jeez, do we just... We have, like, god-awful characters, then. That's right, we took a look at curtail the clergy earlier, and it actually doesn't make it so that they can't go in cabinet. Kind of a little curious that curtail the clergy is the only one that doesn't brick cabinet. Okay, so we just have absolutely terrible characters. I wonder if there's... What are we missing out on? Or... So she's a commoner. This guy's ineligible. Because we curtail the burghers. Really not a lot, jeez. We just have, like, awful characters. We'll have to figure out something to use. Ellen Dare? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What should we do here? Like, almost want to strengthen Gov, but that's on normal runs. I think we'll do this. I don't think we have any crown characters. I think we'll just leave this blank. These guys kind of suck ass. We save stab if we want to appoint someone later. Maybe a little bit loose, but not super loose. Alright, Milan has got the people, but we're gonna need to go after some places to grab Milan. Is this in... Which province is this in? Dog. Is it in the Row province or the Pavia province? Lombardy. Lombardy. Pavia versus Milan. Got it. Yeah. So we gotta go for the other one. Oh, damn. Cows and Ares Warlord. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I suppose we could also just peel stuff off of the Papal States with this as well. I think it's so silly we can't trade this over to ourselves. Well, what if we give it to Argos? And then from... Oh no. And then Argos will give it to who? Argos will give it to the HRE, and then they'll give it to us. Perfect. How we drew it up. We can't give it to ourselves, but we can give it to someone who will give it to us. Nice breach. Give me them Milanese ducats, dog. Maybe we should have co-belligerated them. We didn't. Dog. We violated your sovereignty. Get out of here. Imprisoned countrymen in the Sultanate. Yeah, we'll say, what'd you do, bro? Just kidding. Alright, so we got the 6k slaves we wanted here. And they're willing to give us this. Can't vassalize them, because apparently they're huge. I guess maybe just taking this stuff for our subject. Humiliate would be like what we'd I guess we just will take Humiliate. It's kind of what we'd normally take, but we keep getting the recurring event that breaks our prestige, but okay. We'll go for this. And we have... need of 57 locations, but we have eliminated the Catholics. I suppose people are arriving in on the YouTube poll asking, what's the bucket? 123 Mag Gigs 5, thank you for the follow. Asking, what's the bucket? This is the bucket. The bucket we rendered onto France. The bucket of, you get no proximity anymore. That bucket. Alright, I guess we'll make historic subjects where we can. Make this guy vassal. Make this guy vassal. Vassal. Now, to the extent that we can feed them whole provinces, we'll try. Vassal. Alright, we'll make one more up here. And eventually we feed these guys provinces and stuff, but that eventually is probably not happening. I'm not sure we would continue this run that much longer. Alright, so Is this all... No, this is part of this province, so... We'll feed this guy the rest of the province he has. And then... this... I guess this could be its own subject as well. Very messy bucket. It's a slot bucket. But that's our bucket, baby. Ooh, we actually should have given... We shouldn't have made anyone this small. That's actually an issue, because the OPMs can rebel and flip back to France. Because some weirdness. Yeah. They had to prepare a system ready operational system is stable enough state. Or are you guys talking about CC General State? It's at the very bottom of Naples culture events, flavor Naples 403. And you at me? Okay. I mean, pop slaves, not trade good slaves. I'm not taking any slaves, even though I take the location that are full of non-acceptor religion tolerated pops. Well, just being Muslim doesn't make it so you take slaves, just to be clear. The thing that makes you you either need an advance that the Mamluks and the Ottomans start with, or you need like a tech that you get from being in Africa. Like Delhi doesn't take slaves. You can create slaves, which is useful for shuffling around pops, but you do not the Muslim, like just being Muslim doesn't mean you automatically take slaves. I keep forgetting what I'm trying to do. This one. Okay, and I need to give him one location. There's Burn. Make him a vassal. We will feed him rest of his province and one location there, which we do not have a core on. And we'll feed this guy his location as well, or the other non-cored place that we have left over in that province. We'll also feed him, yeah, in the north as well. Not sure if improving relations bricks our ability to do the thing, so we'll do that, and then we'll improve relations. We'll integrate Bordeaux here. Bordel. I think that, yeah, these guys... Ooh, max literacy. I guess... kind of okay with max literacy. And then we're not making subjects here because we need a certain number of locations in order to form Al-Andalus. And so right now we're just holding locations so that we can do that, and then we'll eventually release them. They could have theoretically done stone power in Rome, but that would have been left morally unexplored case. Why would they? Yeah, I mean, mass production. Steam power is useful for stuff like mass production. Mass production needed mass markets for it to be viable, and there's, like, mass markets didn't really exist as well. Hopefully the bucket holds. And France just completely collapses. So we got our tax base. just kind of cruise and flip between tax base and urban locations. See where we can maybe be expanding stuff. Really kind of weak here. We'll see what's going on maybe. Got a couple of auto expands. The tin place has nothing going on. But we do have a relatively high amount of those, so let's just let them auto expand out. Glacia's almost cored. I think that's good for us, because yeah, now we can do some of this. Let's also do some of that. And then force divert trade. Papal states again. We've guaranteed our subjects. Oh no! I'll take a look at the Naples thing. Actually, I'll just read it out for if you at me on the Discord. Oh no, you didn't. Okay, gotcha. Or is it on the screenshots? No. Okay. Fair. I will take a look at that Naval event later. Let's get all these guys in here. And figure out what we're doing. So the light unit's detached. I guess we're gonna split up a lot. And put them into C zones where they belong. That's not the hotkey for splitting. Let's put this guy over here. Maybe do some of that. And then I guess we're gonna need more light boats. Here. I think we've been using 15 pretty consistently here, but the constant wars are like a little bit rough for trying to get that to work perfectly, and I think we're just now we have enough antagonism where we're just kind of this is where we're gonna be now. I think we're gonna... We can't feed Leon... No, we're just gonna release new subjects. We might... No, we won't be able to re-release Leon, but OPMs is fine for us, for our purposes. So now we're just in cruise mode until we get to... God. Such terrible... terrible things. Are we maybe... I don't think we checked to see if we wanted to de-urbanize some of this stuff. Are all their pops there? Yeah, okay. That's probably not something we want urbanized. That's probably okay. Slave centers doing work, getting a ton of additional pops. We're really kind of pushing masonry in a lot of spots. I think we're just going to try and wait for the masonry collapse. This isn't a different market though, so this place can expand out and become a city. Which will give us a lot more higher tier pop promotions, which will give us more demand for goods. Still don't know if we want to downgrade that, but we're going to complain about it every time we look at it. I see people talk about how fuel is mostly much based on leftover from olive oil making, which is why Europe wasn't deforested, but if that's true, it also explains less use of coal by them, which is one of the reasons mining became far more common. Interesting. I mean, England, they used a lot of peat, right? It's not the same as like olive oil leftovers, but... Oh, I guess maybe we probably were okay with the cow stuff. The thing is, there's like never any demand for marble, but there's only 10k pops there, so... I guess we just put this on auto expand, maybe even call it a day. This is where there's some iron. I think that we are okay deleting all these slave centers. Wow, so many slave centers here. Do we want to pull a ton of pops to these locations? We're not even going to have really spectacular dev here, even though it's a farmland, because it does have hills. Although I guess it's coastal. But I think we're going to delete the slave centers. We could maybe tolerate one here, but it's kind of okay. I don't think we have like much control up here either. What's the province look like? This is a big province. Only got lumber though. Suppose we could go Carpenter's Guild. And die makers also use the stuff as an input. I think weaponry. Oh, I forget weaponry uses a lot of lumber too. That's kind of neat. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess we could end up deleting a lot of those other levels. That's fine. The lumber's going to generally be more helpful for some of the RGO type stuff, the resource buildings. But, yeah, a lot of these places actually have really good natural harbor capacity, so we end up using them. I think this one we won't. And we'll look to expand out. Interesting that the clay pit's making so much money. The stone pit's really making a lot of money. Am I just blind? Does Stone Pit always had a additional PM? And the other one doesn't? I think I'm just blind. That kind of changes things a little bit. I guess not too much. Cesium still provides you the core? Uh, not as far as I know. I think that was supposed to be changed, but I didn't double check. I just believed them when they said that they changed it. $40 more locations. Ish. We could also annex Malarcas. I'm not sure if that counts, but we are taking a look at this guy. No way we want all this urbanized, especially when all this can breadbasket super hard and it doesn't give us good bonuses. I think actually we just downgrade everything that's not, okay, that obviously isn't getting downgraded because it's like a million levels. But these two will downgrade. And it says harbor capacity, but I think probably rather keep this downgraded. Yeah, sturdy farm's kind of okay. But that'll speed things up. This is gonna be like another 8 locations. So up to around 286. Let's do the smell test again. The smell test is, can we smell them deving their province? If no, we take it. Okay, everyone's deving province. Fair enough. We want them to have the Mercantilism division. We want them to have high prosperity. You have neither. So I guess you're next on the chopping block. I think we are going to have some underpopulated areas, so we will also come in and build settlements. Yeah. Yes'm. Called it. I don't know where those are, but we're gonna mass build them. Mass markets don't appear without mass production. That's not quite true. Historically speaking, that chicken and the egg problem, by kind of forcing a state by which they were exporting goods, England created the first mass market, like, through gaining access to other people's, like, markets, basically. And that's kind of how industrialization started. Also, the dramatic improvement of their farming practices allowing for greater food production. Flip Catholic for the AE reduction? Basically, just talk about how it's the best one. Does the autoscale building work with Ironman? I don't know, I haven't tried it. I don't know. So this control sticky thing. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna move the trade capital back there. And then this, we're having masonry problems. I think we expanded. We delved too greedily and too deep with the granaries. Not really, but we also made a lot of granaries. This should work out pretty nice, actually, though. That we will just slam an absolute enormous amount of masons out. And that should really be able to cover the market, because he doesn't have like any production bonuses, basically. And really like how this kind of frees up the Tortosa market a little bit. It steps on the Lisbon market, but the Tortosa market now is going to have this location, which we had talked about earlier in the stream, as something that we wanted. In terms of setting things up. So also get more lumber and stuff. We never redistributed these boys. This will increase control by a couple points. You're starving. I'm sorry to hear that. I think Granada will be good. Oh, why are you standing there if you're gonna starve to death? Jeez, that's not ideal. I think we've been just hemorrhaging manpower then. Well, I think Castile's also unlikely to deck on us, so I guess we're just decking France on cooldown so they don't deck us, because they will. Well, we have a long time on the cooldown, so in good shape till then. And I think we said we wanted to annex this guy. We'll start it. And then see what he's got urbanized, just the lagoons, that's probably okay. These guys are like 1/6 done. How long until Korea gets institution? It takes forever. I can't trade it for it because I can't see it on the map. It's so much faster than it used to be, but you're probably looking at the late 1400s. So you will have some time, some idle time. I think best is probably support the state. Is this guy old? He's not too old. Alright, we wanted to change laws so that we could slave raid. Like, the UI for navigating this is so much worse than the UI for navigating through here. And, like, we're not going to make the same mistake. We're going to navigate through the other one. Because it's like, not in order. I guess it's color-coded. Okay. So now I think we can build an overseas pirate building. I actually haven't done the piracy stuff. I'm not sure exactly how it works. this. So he'll go back to... Just kidding. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, this is our maritime presence? I just don't have eyes, or I'm confused. Or both. Both is good. Could have sworn we built a building to create pirates. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's farming and washing hands before assisting at birth. Before Industrial Revolution, there was a lot of job standardization, unification as well. Besides pulling a huge amount of wealth into the heart of the empire, you can't to some extent say the Romans kind of went the same path, but there's no mass market with the Romans. I mean, like, I read a book specifically on industrialization, and it says it's kind of complicated, but basically it's the market thing. Like, there's multiple factors, but, like, this is the big one. Nah. What are we doing here? We do have dyes here. Dyes will probably be good for the fine cloth. We can check and see what come up we're looking at in terms of our eco. We have the confounds of grabbing more territory, but I don't think it was very valuable. I think a lot of this is because of the construction we've been doing. Yeah, I have a very nice spread. Look at Boho, always just balling. Like, this is starting to light up a little bit, this is starting to light up a little bit. This stuff very lit up. I don't think we can get another 50% support, so we're not... Well... I think we actually don't like local shrines, so we're okay clicking through them. This... Conversion of clerics blocked, yeah, let's get rid of this. The local market's kind of good, but I'm thinking of clicking through just to see more stuff. I think we'll click through. No. Don't want bellicose, so that's that. I think we didn't do market villages everywhere. We want to make sure that there's at least one. Probably shouldn't have built in the subject that deleted theirs, but whatever. Looks like we've already done some of the work. Most of the work. Well, to be fair, I think our subject deleting it might have been a product of us downgrading them to... Or sorry, they didn't delete it, but we just downgraded an urban area. Oh, we maybe should have fed Savoy some of their cores. A little bit late to the party, but we do want to annex Castile in the abstract still, because that's a juicy, juicy target. think we may have just killed all of our qualified people through exploring, to be honest. That's kind of what's going on. Do want to be a little bit careful about discovering cloves before we have the trade range to make use of it, because we don't want to just randomly spike a bunch of pop demand. Either agriculture started mass producing foodstuffs. So either Malthusian trap is incorrect. Either agriculture started mass producing foodstuffs. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying here. Someone asking where's the cloth going that we have been producing. Well, for the most part, the PM is just getting way more efficient. And despite us not having higher demand, we're just making more profits. But we can see kind of if some of this is getting traded. Looks like Cordoba is not really trading any, so... Demand is also going up, though, because we're also adding burgers. So... not by, like, an... I don't think this has gone up by an enormous amount, but also I remember the price being lower. Maybe it's Banat it's lower, or it's lower in here. No, this price has kind of come up. The thing is also, as we add a bunch of tools and weapons places, stuff like this, that's adding burgers. The burgers demand the fine cloth. They're really the ones who demand the fine cloth, so as we expand out the other industries, that will make the these ones a lot better. And we also have been upgrading these, which give decent chunk of potential burgers. I think we also have just had promotions ready to go, so that's also just a factor. Looks like we finally have a little bit of a price collapse on this. Let's build the Pound Lock canals. We're not really building stuff like libraries or universities because our one estate that's super super over rich is the clergy one, and they will build libraries and stuff. Two Sicily's getting after it, man. Yeah, so we didn't send this guy to explore, but now we can have him be useful at reducing paperwork here. Leon, do you have a lot of pops there? You do. Alright, fair enough. I think we had taken a look at Portugal before. Is that a... That's a mountain. We deleted some stuff. Why would we not delete this lumber? I think we would have. I think the coastal stuff, especially if we're much more okay with. It's got decent pops. Yeah, it has the lumber, but it also has iron, which is one of the better inputs from a prod ethic perspective. Are you planning on going centralization when absolutism hits? I don't think we're going to be playing that deep. I think that subject expansion is just too strong for that to be good. I think that the game would maybe be a little bit more interesting if you didn't just get this uber huge push from having subjects. But as it stands, like, because the play pattern is so strong, like, I just think you, like, can't do anything else, really. We can make 5k if we want here, if we just kill the Diplo. Alright, so Bastion. We did want to build these to spike demand. So currently our fort maintenance... Oop, let's not pay for this. Currently our fort maintenance is 13. I think we will roughly 5x it if we just upgrade everything to a Bastion. Which will create a bunch more demand. And the stimulus for this will be a lot cheaper. I wish there was upgrade all. Can we filter? No, we can't. Oh, that's just expensive though. It requires stone, actually. We already have it. Alright, fair. Can you imagine trying to attack into this shit? That'd be so annoying. Now, it doesn't give us potential job, guys, so... There's actually maybe... an argument... kind of against it. But it creates demand. So by building over these, we brick our nobles that we have, so maybe we don't want it in the... I really wish you could create lower tier. Like, it's also such a more expensive building. And upkeep's so much higher. The fact that you can't build lower tier buildings is so lame. Because, like, in theory, I think there's spots where you, like, want a castle or whatever. Anyways. I think we just do want actual bastions in some of these kind of key spots. And then I think we probably want to expand them most in this market. I guess we could upgrade. How much cheaper is upgrading versus... It's a lot cheaper. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll upgrade a lot of our stuff. Remember, 13 was what we had before. Can we mass build them? No. I think we won't be a fan of how they place them if we mass build. We're touching the building limit in Granada, so maybe we leave Granada be, with the understanding we maybe even want to delete the castle. Definitely want it in the market capital here. Do want to focus it more in these markets where we can satisfy the demand and have it be really profitable. So we kind of have 4 main markets at this point. And so, but even then, I think we really want to concentrate it in down here. This guy's already covered. That's a fort. That's a knife. Something like this. And okay. We have a bunch of bastions. They're going to take a ton of stone. One thing I do like about the bastion, though, is it doesn't demand tar. So... how do you define mass markets? So... I would define mass... like, the definition is going to sound semicircular, to be fair, but, like, for most of human history, people would produce subsistence levels of output. So the peasantry would produce their own furniture, their own clothing, their own everything, basically. And a mass market would be when people of that nature, people who are not like landowners or are property owners or don't preside over other people, are part of the group to whom you are trying to sell. And trying to sell in particular stuff other than like foodstuffs is how I would off the cuff define it. I'm sure there's a more technical definition in the field of economics that I just don't know. Thoughts on kiwis, the fruit? I like the bird. My point is stamping out good old demand creates supply logic to the question is flawed. First of all, you need to have a market. Second, you need to have consumers that can pay. And third, they need to know what can be bought roughly. Well, the upfront investment cost of mass production is expensive. I think you... I've read a book on someone who, like, wrote a book on the Industrial Revolution, and, like, for them the primary thrust was, like, mass markets. So, I mean, I trust the analysis there over what you're telling me. I suppose I could be misremembering it, but... and it was, like, multifaceted. They said it was, like, multiple factors, but, like, the biggest one is, like, the creation of demand. It's annoying that Seed Province doesn't take a diplomat, but you still need one for it. Yeah, it is pretty annoying. But, like, a lot of the stuff that's annoying, and there's a workaround for it, it's like, okay, it's annoying, but, like, it's not the very worst. Sausage is the worst, sometimes. Oh, we are planning on flipping off of Islam, I remember that now. Although our flipping off of Muslims or Islam's kind of a meme. And then do we have industries we specifically want here? We do want the max RGO size and the food. I don't think it's high priority though. Trade range is nice. And then I guess we go down this way. If I recall correctly, there's some stuff here that we want. Trade maintenance, trade range mainly. That's a lot of stuff for that. But we can go grab this. That's gonna be nice. Is this first other players since you build so many forts? No, so we've stacked over 90% fort maintenance reduction, so the forts are actually economic stimulus. We're building it for the economy. Look at our fort. The bastion upgrade costs more immediately before the bastion's finished? What? Pay maintenance on forts before they're finished. I'm gonna write this down. That's kind of interesting. Okay. Well, with what we did, we tripled the maintenance costs. And so what this is doing in terms of buy orders, it's creating roughly like 11 times this in buy orders. So it's like creating 350 worth of buy orders, which I think is enough to stimulate enough economic activity more than pays for itself. That's the other thing. The Roman market was huge. Yet to be fair, I know less about the material conditions of Rome specifically as it related to like preconditions of industrialization. The book I read was about England. From my point of view, the initial demand was generated by the empire spanning across the entire globe to keep projecting its power. Yeah, the author of the book I wrote, the England market being able to push goods into places that it was colonizing and oppressing was like the main idea. Right? It was not a solely internal mass market that created it. Like, it was consumption by peoples who were outside of England that created a large enough... Because once you create the mass market and then you produce a bunch of goods, then people get goods not through subsistence, and once they're not getting their goods through subsistence, like building their own furniture and weaving their own cloth, then they can work other jobs, and this brings them to like the mass market. Like, this is like, once you get it going, it's going. But like before then in England and throughout most of history, you could read this book called The Fabric of Civilization, Virginia Posтрel, and you can read about basically just for like the entirety of history, people produce mostly their own textiles in terms of the common folk. I think mass markets are probably a requirement for large-scale industrialization, as you need demand for profit incentives. Yeah, like, the technology for industrialization existed. There were a few like large-scale weaver type places in Italy that could produce enormous amounts of goods, but only like a couple. That the issue is that the people who had money to buy stuff were largely really rich, and luxury products, like artisan luxury products, was a more profitable endeavor until the mass market was like kind of created. How do dynasties work in theocracy? Poorly. They don't. You basically don't get crown characters. So if you have a system that puts a crown character in charge that has a family already, that'll give you a little bit. And I'm thinking with the changes that are coming up in 1.1, it'll get a little bit better for theocracy, but you basically get the shaft. Stimulus can have multiple ways to appear. For the majority of human history, people don't buy, like, anything that they use in their day-to-day lives, from, like, the peasantry don't buy, like, day-to-day products, inside of, like, a town. They buy tools and stuff like that, but not, like, Actually, I think that there's a lot of making your own tools, too. What about political stability as a factor? You need standardization of laws, their enforcement, protected trade routes, etc. For the initial kick of industrialization, I think it certainly probably helps. I mean, industrialization has only started once, right? Because there's a big difference between spreading industrialization versus like the initial kickstart, because fundamentally once industrialization like happens, then there are mass markets somewhere else, so no matter where you are, you can just export to that mass market. Is the creation of like kind of the initial kick that's the most important. Early modern period, no, as a really stable time. Well, Britain wasn't like having too many issues, if I recall correctly, like that time period. Like late 1700s. British did also run in, the Indian weaving manufacturers out of business with shenanigans. I'm not sure if that preceded, like, kind of when industrialization is considered to have started. I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Capitalism, Capitalism, A Global History by Sven Beckert goes over stuff like that too. It's long, but I recommend it. I assume you meant long. Sure, we can afford to give them a little bit of money. But which Tlanchen was it? No, we don't want to help this Tlanchen. We actually don't care. I think we would be breaking our alliance with Tunis here and like trying to go hard in the paint. If we weren't just trying to drag our asses across the finish line here for forming this. We need not that many more locations. God, Portugal is also annexing really slow. Okay, they're deving, they're getting 0.9. Prosperity's 0.25. Mercantilism division's also really nice for those who have it. For those who have it. The thing is, this territory is like freaking super useless. I guess we'll just annex them. I think that we want to not have this urbanized. Let's make sure these guys have everything cored. I think they should by now, but... And that brings us by the means Britain was able to exert power. Overall feels like an argument when it started rather than what incentivized it over. Oh well. Well, we started in the like 1700s. Although I guess you couldn't argue exactly when. How fast are these guys going? Yeah, okay, multiple annexations is like kind of crushing them, but also does let us annex stuff quicker. Yeah, I think we're gonna get those before we get Portugal. It's kind of okay. We might feed Portugal actually this state then, because they have a core on it. This location's being a little bit stubborn. Oh, it's being stubborn because it got got a massive influx of Gascon slaves. Yeah. Okay. I think we are going to start assimilating here. Because name of the game is also us getting over 50% accepted cultures in places so we can build manpower buildings, and we already have that in almost all of Andalusia here, even though we didn't get all the cores. The only place where we need a core is Lisbon here, which, to be fair, will take a hot minute for us to get, but while we are doing this, we will be continuing to get more places eligible that are already cores eligible for manpower buildings. Yeah, absolutely insane. This, like, how tall this is. Oh, did these guys pull a sneaky? They did pull a sneaky. I don't think we wanted this urbanized. Is it? Well, it's not on a river. It's probably a fine-ish. Alright, but this place, let's upgrade. And put it on auto-expand. It's not going to be able to produce a lot of levels. I don't think we like this inefficiency on that. Get rid of that. And that. My train of thought follows exactly the same arguments you listed, so it's the egg, chicken and the egg question. Well, so the reason why I would think that it's not a chicken and the egg question is because the technologies existed and even on very small cases been implemented in Italy for mass production. If I recall correctly, I might be misremembering. So like, but it's the thing is, it just like wasn't that profitable to run the mass production, even though they like, they had like the facilities. Some of the earliest like automation, and it was textiles. A curious question is, why did that not kick off in the same way Great Britain did? Which I don't have the answer to that. Yeah, fort maintenance up to 35. So, but I don't think they have it. I don't think these bastions have demand for anything yet, which is the curious thing. But I actually would like to know. Okay, we have a castle here. Currently it's demanding 0.9, right? 0.9 stone. If we do this, does it demand the same amount of goods? If so, we could effectively reduce the cost of these goods by 50%. Oh, interesting. So we could just pay half. I don't think we're backsliding towards offensive if we do this. Yeah, we have so many things pushing us towards defensive. Interesting. Or more precisely, how big is mass? Yeah, that part's ambiguous. I really don't have a technical definition for that. What are we at? What's the count? Stop this count. Steal the stop. Alright, so we need 25 more locations. I hope our truce with France isn't over before then. I wonder if France want to go... they're not even close. I wonder if they're going to want to go after us. Let's see their economic base. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for a graph? Oh, look at this. They were like 2,500. And now they're just like minus 700 because they got the bucket. The bucket. They're starting to deal with it though. You can see that they're adding more bailiffs. So AI should move their capital, but if you surround their capital, they'll learn to move their capital, but if you bucket them, they won't. Bucket. England had a large landmass, population flooding into cities with the increased privatization of the commons. I could take out that book. I don't know exactly where it is. I could also be misremembering the book, that's also true. So these things are about to create the stimulus. They're currently not creating the stimulus. But this is like 4.5% of the buy orders we're getting. from these things. Oh, we forgot to give this away. Very solid amount of pops. How come you went spiritualist instead of humanist? Well, humanist was really good when you actually needed to culture convert people to get cores, but now you don't, because subjects give you their cores. And, okay, the tolerance of heretical and heathen beliefs I think is better than tolerance true faith. But assimilation speed I just don't think is all that valuable anymore, because you just like automatically core. And the reason for going spiritualist, on top of we can convert stuff very, very easily when we want to, as a theocracy, is this potential clerics per 1,000 pops. Let's find a location. Actually, let's maybe upgrade this. Yeah, okay. And if we look at one of these locations, we look at the clerics, we have two things that are really pushing up the quantity of clerics. Can we hover their number? I forget the way you... We have multiple sources of this stuff, but it's kind of the point we want to make here is that they consume a lot more per pop. And this consumption fuels the economy. So coming in here... their monthly expenses, 800, and the quantity of clerics we have is around 400k. And for 8.5 million commoners, they're only consuming 420 total goods. And so it helps to drive the economy. Now, theocracy is also giving us 20 clerics per 1,000 pops, but that's also 20 clerics per 1,000 pops specifically in towns and cities. The theocracy one is in all locations, so that's why our rural locations actually have a 1/3 tax split towards clerics, which is very unusual, which eats into the nobles quite a bit. Normally it's just nobles and peasants, because there's not enough clerics, but we have a ton of clerics here. And the goods that they buy are stuff that we can produce, so we are able to add a lot more to the tax base than we otherwise would be able to. And a lot of it's in books. Books and fine cloth. So we get to expand those industries more. The bucket is life, the bucket is bay. You live by the bucket, you die by the bucket. Everyone knows. It is known. You don't have a... no. Making sure that these places don't have slave setters. Okay. I think we might make this thing auto-expand something. Okay, you're in here, so I guess it's probably fine cloth. And this won't actually give us that much fine cloth, because the market access here is relatively low. I guess 55% is not nothing, but it will create, kind of on the topic of what we were talking about, it will create the same amount of burgers per level, right? Where each one of these, I think, employs like 250. Yeah, up from 200 for the base level. This one employs 200. And these guys will still demand the goods even if they're not producing quite as many as some of the stuff with higher market access. But it is also lower control, so not as valuable on that front either. These bastions are about to finish. Humanist makes it so subjects properly use assimilate culture action in 10.10. 1.0.10. That doesn't surprise me. Because they don't use it because they don't have enough. They're like, oh, I don't have enough percentage for pop assimilation. F this. What was the book's name? I can look it up, I think. It's like, it's used as a textbook. So I think I can find it kind of easy. I have a review of it on my Ideas channel on YouTube. Let's see if we can find it through there. Because I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but... I know that I did finish it and I did review it. It's also now kind of a little bit of time ago. Did I not? I know I finished it. That's too far back. Did I never do a review of it? Industry and Empire, either way, is the name of the book. I guess I never reviewed it. Is it Industry and Empire? But my subjects assimilate just fine. Because I went, he went humiliation. I have enough cultural influence. Humiliation. My favorite. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we could use subjects to assimilate, that would also be nice. Right now, they are demonstrably, I think, not wanting to. Could maybe check that a little bit, though. We haven't checked it recently, but I don't recall having seen anyone using it. To be fair, these places are like mono-Castilian, so they wouldn't be using it. But this doesn't start out mono-Australianese, I don't think. So, at some point these guys may be converted in. I just didn't notice it. I don't know, using assimilate area, like, here and there, also kind of just, does pretty good work, but yeah, we would have preferred to enforce culture on all these guys and have it be, like, 100% Basque for, the discipline bonus on the nobles. Humanism opposing spiritualism is wrong on so many levels, for a 1337 start date. But is it a nonsensical for the overall timeline? Did we annex something and then I didn't take a look? I think we annexed this up here. It's got copper. What's profitable, baby? Alright, there's not a lot of guns here, but he does have copper, so we're just gonna throw that in. Also, notably, we have copper plus lumber. I do think, the guns uses lumber? No, just kidding. Didn't mean it, never meant any of it. Could have sworn something used copper and lumber, maybe it's cannons. $21 more. Just to have province, not tremendous prosperity. Maybe don't want the tin. Urban. What religious events should I pursue with Sunni? No idea whether it's worth or not. I think it's generally better to go jurisprudence. But not 100% sure. Following the logic of the game, it had to be put against traditionalism, as the biggest beef of humanists at the time was scholasticism. Oh, that's... the scholastic movement's been something I've, like, it's on my list of, like, things to, like, learn about a little bit more. Because it's, like, there's, like, a gap in terms of my knowledge of philosophy between, like, ancient Greek and, like, Descartes, like, a pretty big gap. Not that the... well, my impression is that the stuff that was going on then is a little bit less important, but... still. You reckon the stock market development in the 1600s was important for industrialization as mass markets? The book that I read on the subject did not seem to put that forward as, like, an important factor leading to or causing industrialization. Alright, so we annexed this. Which just has one urban location, fair. That isn't using things with inputs. I think we go for printer's workshop here. It's making a lot of money. And it's not that dependent on inputs. And it's been a while since we've added one. We also saw some being added by the AI up here, so it kind of spooked us a little. Just a little bit closer. 15 more to go. I'm not sure there's any urban. Oh, there is a little bit of urbanization. The fiber crops on the jewelry. So we'll get a paper bonus. That'll be nice. Just looking around for towns to upgrade to cities. We like a lot of pops here. There's a good amount. I guess there's a lot of good inputs here that, as far as places we would be okay being cattle, this is good. Wow, so many potential cities coming up all at the same time. It's not like more slaves are somehow getting pulled over here. Pop growth. What's what Dad look like? God, we get so much from doing nothing. We have from prosperity like 0.004, and then from a bunch of other stuff 0.004. Just feels so disgusting, the amount of prosperity we're getting. Yeah. These guys are big mad, I guess. In theory, we could try and figure out exactly what we need to annex and not, like, and only put those together so that we annex as quickly as possible, but I think taking the time to figure that out will take longer than just progressing. It seems like the stream title's wrong. We did the cloth economy transition at the very start of the stream. If Paradox didn't like centralization, I think they didn't like that it didn't seem like there was a choice, and so I think they really kind of whiffed the design intent. They didn't like that centralization was always the preferred choice to decentralization, but they probably need to rework traditionalism as well as innovation. Yeah, but I think that one they're okay with it, like, always being better. I don't think people are... I have not seen one person complain that traditionalism isn't viable, but I agree with you, but, like, for me that's, like, such a low priority. I hope they don't work on it, like, in the immediate future. You know? Man, this auto-expand is so nice, though. What are our trades from this market, actually? In terms of what volume we're moving. We're actually trading away our dyes. Interesting. Mainly RGOs. We probably could add a lot of trade capacity and it would be fine. How much are we getting per capacity? Over 1. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. Alright. Let's do that. People generally favor cities for it, because they have more slots. Marrakesh is going to need some downgrades. Some of that stuff. We're also super under colonizing and exploring right now. I think this is the most we've ever seen the AI colonize too. Let us send this guy back to here, and then put this guy in charge, because we would love this guy to be our future ruler. And since he's the only admiral, he's the only one eligible for admiral election. Long may he reign in the future. Yeah, 2 Sicilies is all about it. I think that, yeah, we want vision of this market. We would actually love for these guys to die. The guys who have you can't look at the thing trait or whatever, or you can't serve in military or navy. Ooh, trying to remember exactly which market where Killa is. I think it's here. We just want to open up the market. Yeah, just a lot of colonization from the AI. I mean, it's getting kind of late, but they used to do, like, before release, one of my concerns was the AI used to actually do stone zero colonization. This is, like, such a refreshing improvement. Actual term Middle Ages, as a modern person with all the romanticism, glorious knights and princesses, was invented by humanists. Interesting. He was Granada? Oh, that's what he meant. Yeah, I started as Granada. What are the requirements for Al-Andalus? You have to remove all the Christians, unless they are your subjects. And then you also need 15. You also have to be Muslim. How do you push plutocracy? I can never get it past 90. You need to have and make sure that you have a burgher in your cabinet, which allows you to roll parliament, which is support mercantile cabinet, and that gives you a +10 push towards plutocracy, and you just have to roll it repeatedly. It's hard to stuff pretty much all the human culture into a bunch of sliders, yeah. No, I mean, I think there should be way more sliders. I hope with, like, every DLC they add, like, 2 values or something like this. I also think there should be way more privileges, but they should unlock with ages. I don't think, like, all the privileges being available at the start of the game is, like, very good. Yeah, sure, bud. Oh, we're going to divert trade of our, like, strongest subject, which is these guys. Which will give us a lot of trade cap here. Let's just look at the local trades. Or actually, let's just look at all of our own... Well... Yeah, moving a ton of tobacco. I wish we would be paying so much more attention to here if plantations work properly, but they don't. This will create a ton of demand for slaves. The thing is, we need more than 10 levels of plantation, or of plantations for them to do anything. Because of the slaves will prioritize employment in the RGO first. And so that means we would have to ship over like 15,000 pops to get 5 slave plantations up and running. You can see it here. There's 0 employment. And it's because the slaves are working here instead. Which is why we have idle laborers, so they're also idle laborers. Stop giving Corsica money. Wait, what? I missed kill wall by 1. Damn it. Why are we freaking out so much about Surely not by that one. Why are we caring so much about kilowatt, man? Wish they could tell where I can get the gun reform or what I need to do it. It will to some extent. But some are just be invisible, but like if we scroll down here, it'll tell us like some of these that have requirements, we have to have at least that. I really don't want to lose the thing that's progressing us towards conciliatory. Like we can't fulfill the conciliatory without it. To be fair, garrison systems maybe actually the... I understand it's cute that we get like 90% reduction on the fort maintenance, but it's maybe not even worth. Yeah, so the Bastion's now demanding a bunch of goods. So what we could do is we could take a look at cannons. Almost all the cannon demand is coming from Bastions. And this is making these be a lot more profitable. Let's maybe look at price difference, see what's expensive, and then see produced. Okay. Firearms, how much of the demand is for... Okay, so most of it's for barracks, but the Bastions are still adding 7. That's like way more than before. Also, we still have castles as well. Yeah, maybe we just need way more forts. The thing is like when we can, if we compare this to something else we could be doing, like the reduction that we're getting from this isn't worth anywhere near as much as if we were just taxing the clergy more or something. To be fair, we have additional tax ability that we're not utilizing because we don't have enough approval. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, yeah, we are. It's just when we use the parliament we get to that point, so that actually wouldn't be very useful. But administration of shipyards would be. This progresses towards conciliatory as well. Pushing towards quant, I don't think... we have too much push towards, yeah, monastic order and primacy of the nobility, I think are things that we're interested in. And so with both of these, we can't push towards quant. I don't know. I think we keep this just for the memes. I don't think it's paying off enough. Us getting 15 ducats because we cut it in half is like kind of whatever. Cut the price of the fort maintenance in half. Just regular max tax actually might be something we could be interested in. Considering what this looks like, we're just taxing every single estate, a really big chunk. Are slaves broken this patch? No, slaves have always been kind of weird. They're working kind of how they've worked before. If you ask a specific question regarding them, it might be easier to kind of point you in the right direction. Alright, I don't think we want the alum urbanized. And bro, this says 7k pops. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Probably can build this-ish. No, I guess not. Fair. Fair enough. That's gonna be a big chunk from Leon. Please stop giving me this event. I think Leon had enough pops that it made sense to just keep this urban. Yeah, that's probably fine. You don't want all this though. You don't want them getting more pops. Beeswax and furs is kind of underwhelming. Maybe we actually don't want this urban. I'll just leave it alone right now. We can't, if we de-urbanize it, we can't build more Agadir's. It's actually maybe a reason for us not to have de-urbanized a lot of what we have. Six more. So this guy and this guy will bring us to the point of forming Al-Andalus. How good is absolutism? As a value, I don't think it's really that great. Just some rural stuff. But its value... Oh, interesting, we could see what we would be pushing. But I think the 100% crown power is going to be a lot weaker by that point of the game. Because you will have so many crown power modifiers, they effectively like dilute each other out. Like there's a tech that gives like plus 50% crown power in that age, I think. And satisfaction equilibrium is pretty strong. Although maybe like with our current setup, I think we'd actually like absolutism, like as the theocracy, because we are maybe a little bit more squeezed on the crown power. But even here, we can get over, you know. We have a decent chunk of crown power, all things considered, I think. Like, considering we basically have forgotten the face of our father and don't know what a crown power character is. Let's do that. Bit of an interesting question is, when should we... Wow, we have that much proximity there? Bro, we have so much proximity, holy hell. We're doing pretty hot. We don't have a guy there. Fair. Go back to what we had planned. And then... Weird. If we annex this, we would stop having like a little bit of weirdness here. Where, yeah, this should be going through this province to here. So it's going through an additional location. That's not the end of the world, though. Just an extra 2.6 proximity spend on some of those segments. It's gonna be hard building on that framework with some issues, left-right modern politics. Yeah, I don't think I... Conceptually, like, from a philosophy perspective, like, I actually really don't like spectrums as a way of framing information, that it's like this or that, and I've written about this a little bit, like, I think the example I use the most frequently is like masculinity and femininity. I don't think that being like feminine makes you less masculine. I think it just makes you more feminine, and that people internally conceptualize it as operating on a spectrum, and this like colors their experience in a way that like cuts them off from options. It's a bit much to unpack here though, while we're like just trying to get across the finish line. Why is your legitimacy mad? Because we don't care about it. We're not spending on it at all. Because the penalties are just basically this. And so we could either spend on it and make... let's see, where's the break-even point? Because in theory we would be at 100 and just sit at our break-even point. We could make a third to a half of the income, or we could just not spend on it. The equilibrium satisfaction, like, we could just tax our guys less if we want them to have higher satisfaction and still make more money, so it makes no sense for us to do it. Have you thought about making a video about formable nations in the tier list and how to form them, or the best way to? A little bit. That would be... I would have to do it separated based on things. Have to do an interest check. So far, the colonization video seems to be the most interesting, or the highest level of interest. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to do that tomorrow, though, so it's probably going to be the first thing I do when I get back. Which is a bit unfortunate. I wanted to finish it before the new year, but the way this particular run has shaken out, it's taken me way longer than I've anticipated. It always takes longer than you think to do stuff, though. But to do this... and I still want to play Al-Andalus a little bit, too. Not just form it, but we're forming it this session, once this annexation here is done. Which, big chunks every year, or every month here, for them. And then we release all this red stuff. But really kind of surprised at how good our proximity is, man. Especially because, like, where you get a lot of extra stuff is H5. Like, we're looking so strong here. And we started as Granada, like, we could be way stronger if we, like, started with Castile or something. Does anyone even use the revoke privilege discount on the absolutism instead of revoking via the disaster? I don't think so. Not a lot of tech modifiers gated by formable nations currently, though. That makes it much easier to make the video. Because there's like a select few, like Navarra is like one of the really big ones. Like that's why we formed Navarra. Why is it an empty cabinet position? Because our people are idiots and they're not very qualified. And we hope for, actually, oh, us annexing these guys is giving us more characters that are actually competent. Just kidding. We're about to go on a tirade on why we didn't have competent characters. Well, I think like 50-something was the most competent person we had. Oh, no cabinet actions assigned. That's a different issue. Yeah, that should not be happening. I take it all back. I have sinned. It's either stabilized country or dev province. What do we have in terms of cabinet? Oh no. Our cabinet's not that quality. We got really good admin guy. That guy we maybe want to try and put in charge of the country. This is the guy we're currently trying to get in charge of the country. Overall stat line's way better. But I think far and away the one admin is the best trait on a ruler. But do we like it as... do we like 8 admin as much as 27 mil? Probably. Alright. Yeah, so we'll keep that guy. Same question, but Diplo versus admin. I do think... we'll go with this guy, or stay with this guy. So, we could either stab up, or dev Cordoba, I think. I think stabbing's probably a little bit better, but I kind of just want to dev Sevilla. This will help out Cordoba as well. It's also not terrible. I really just want to see how much dev we're actually getting here, but it's probably getting 0.0221. Holy. The thing is, Sevilla itself is actually going to dev cap before the end of the game, so... What's going on with the money? What do you mean? Are we not making enough? And you're still up? Planning on going into the new year or something? I'm trying to finish this run before the new year. Or like what we want to do. Hello, General Ruby. Why hello there. Are we not annexing? Bro. Why can't we form Al-Andalus? The way it's worded, is such that having subjects be your religion is okay. Or subjects not be your religion is okay. I wonder if we have to flip them all off of being non-Sunni. Capital. Oh, Cap in Iberia. You're right. You're so right, bestie. That's true. It is Cap in Iberia. So true. I don't want to mess with the trade ecosystem, but in theory we would want to shut down the trades as well. Oh no, chat, we're losing money. Whatever will we do? That's the discounted price? Holy. What if... I feel like that's not the discounted price. Maybe that is. We're making a decent chunk through trade and diplomacy. We also can't scale back our subject income stuff. I mean, eventually they also might fix it that you could do this. Ah, that was it. Alright, fair. It's gonna be probably best in Sevilla, so we're gonna move the capital there. And now that it's moving... give me a bribe on cooldown button for the tribes, please. Yeah, but the sell your capital to a subject? What? I want to sell my capital to a subject? Terrible. I want to move it right back afterwards. No, you're right, that's probably... yeah. That's probably better than paying 7 months worth of income to move it. Guy's already getting annexed. So wondering what is better, playing in Spain and took a chunk of Mali, including gold mines. Is it better to vassalize gold mine or keep it as Spain with 0 control procs? Don't keep it with 0 procs. Either build a viceroyalty or annex or release it as a subject. The fact that the #1 great power can't maintain prestige higher than 0.5 definitely needs to be resolved. You talking about us? Well, we keep getting an event because we're tanking intentionally our devotion that is giving us -20 prestige, so... How do you earn so much money? It's a lot of things combined, is the truth. There's a lot of things all at once. We're probably gonna get crusaded by a stupid idiot Pope man. We don't even have a CB on him. I guess that's maybe a mistake taking some of the Corsica land. But a big part of it is just trying to... Oh my god, the auto thing just doesn't work sometimes. Sorry, we weren't making as much as we should. A big part of it is just... making sure you have like as much max tax as possible, tax efficiency as possible, and you kill your sliders as much as possible. And then you build in intelligent places, but that's not something that we can like unpack in like 15 sentences or something. Let me take a look at their urban locations. Yeah, almost certainly I think we don't want their wool to be urbanized. Fur's kind of booty, and it's close to the coast. I guess we're kind of okay with that. Legumes aren't a very good RGO. This is on a river. It's not on a river. But we're not, like, so desperate for... I think we'll de-urbanize this for now. Just wanting pop growth and stuff like this. And maybe some more rural options. The Other Coffee, thank you for the Prime subscription again. Looking forward to 2026 journalist content. Good luck. Thank you so very much. Also, Ruby, thank you for the follow. Sorry I'm seeing that late. That's on... I'm gonna make a list of everything I need to do and, like, update content-wise, because I think it's been, like, well over a year that I've had the notifications not show up for the resubs, and that's just... I need to fix that. Talk about the game in general. Yeah, there was a pre-release build where, like, prestige was completely free, and, like, you just always had 100 prestige, and it was maybe an over-adjustment in response to that. I don't know, I prefer this to, like, always having, like, 100 prestige, I think. Because if you really want to pay for the slider, you can. The thing is, the slider's just, like, well, the slider's just kind of always been bad. Yeah, it's still not worth. Alright, there's the capital in Sevilla. All of Duluth time, baby. You're welcome. Just discovered your YouTube channel with EU5. Been loving your work. Thank you. Very qualitative and helpful. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. More of a volume guy. Oh, yikes. You guys ready? You ready for the dopamine? You ready? You ready for the clicking? Them rivaling you don't matter, you have to be able to rival them. Oh, the slider, yeah, the... Don't have, boys, yeah. Alright. Now that we did that... What? This is the one instance where enacted Placidium Regium actually... this going away shouldn't happen. This was a support ticket I left, because I would enact Placidium Regium on a leader, and then I would flip off of Catholic repeatedly. I think someone else made a ticket about this too. You guys ready for Catholic Al-Andalus? People complained about Sunni Spain. It's only just. We form Catholic Al-Andalus. King Bishopric of Al-Andalus. Let's go, baby. And then... we will not be able to maintain conciliatory anymore. If we choose to go for something. Punishment of heresy, interesting. We do have a save right before this, so we could roll it back, but what do we need for... military order? Why can't we do this? We need to get off of this. Perfect, okay. Let's get rid of this. Minus 60 stab. I kind of just want to show this, because you have to be Catholic for this. But military orders does give an ability for our clergymen to serve in the military, which of course helps out with the admiral election. Looks like there's no one particularly well qualified, but also military orders is kind of an interesting one for the people who are thinking about theocracy specifically in the context of multiplayer, because discipline's a really strong modifier in multiplayer, and being able to get 10% army morale, 15% army maintenance, and 5% discipline if you go Catholic. And okay, you lose the ability to tax the clergy, and for us that's like 900 ducats, so that's like kind of a big deal. But actually we're making way less money. Is part of that because we moved the capital? Or part of that's because we lost out on max tax on some of this stuff. Wow, no way Sunni's actually making us make that much more money. Bro, that's crazy if true. Oh no, also it's the stab. Yeah, so we lose out on like 900 ducats, like a third of our income, and then we max the stab slider, but you, in theory, reach a point where you don't need more money. Also, minus 15% maintenance is not an inconsequential modifier on the army, right? It's not huge, but in theory, if you're playing multiplayer, you're spending larger and larger proportions of your money on that type of thing, so... Do you guys love that there's actually a flag for this? And the Papal State still hates our guts, but not quite as much. A fat Rug al Andalus would have been better. Big true. It's like off green. It's almost white. That's just Spain with extra steps and less content. You lost the Dimmy? Oh yeah, losing the Dimmy. That'll do it too. We weren't getting a ton from them in tax, but maybe we need to wait a month. Okay, you go Calvinist, Lutheran, etc. and tax clergy? Yeah, that would be better, 100%. Do we suddenly start making a bunch of extra money? Oh, we can't embrace... Yeah, I definitely think Lutheranism would be better. That's why we have this pre-Andalus save. A monastic order without a monastery would be weird. Yeah, it's unfortunate we can't do that without going Catholic. Theocracy would be super cracked otherwise, because it forces us to have an enormous percentage of our tax base in the clergy. How good is unit experience? It's really good, but it's really expensive. We're not drilling our armies, if that answers your question. But partially that's because we want to run up the high score and we don't need it to win fights, so... What we had planned on going, I guess we could maybe leave this up to a vote if we're going to play another session of this. Is we took a vote. People wanted to go San Jiao. Which is definitely a vibe. Harmony giving us prosperity and dev. This is going to allow us to cap prosperity even though we lost access to the Ikta, which is kind of a big deal, and also make up the fact that we lost the Dav from Muslim, and then this is also good as well. Language power on Chinese is 20%. Holy shit. What are you doing? I mean, ugh. It would be better for us to stay Arabic. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think Sanjiao for us is as good. I don't think the payoffs from this stuff is enough. Like, Sunni's just better. Pick Norse to keep the slaves. Warrior type trading grounds is an interesting one. We would be able to do it if we either went military orders or Sanjiao. It's kind of a decent chunk of manpower. Also gives potential clergy. Let's see if we can build that now, actually. Surely that's just because we have some. Yeah, it's because we have one. But we can't build those. Unless they're under clergy buildings. Fortress Church we would be able to build. No, they're not. Actually, I also don't even think monasteries are worth building, so it really is just stay Sunni is so much better than flipping Catholic or randomness. I can't believe they have a flag for Catholic Al-Andalus, though. I wonder if it's maybe just the Spain flag. Would a body be better than Sunni? I'm not sure it's worth 50 stab to swap between the Muslim religions. Like, I think they're kind of marginal. Like, Sunni actually gives, I think Sunni gives the best bonus. Someone was saying Shia was best. 1% trade efficiency versus 5% army morale. Yeah, maybe Shia's better. We could also do a little bit of this action, and then I think we can form. Yeah, we can form Spain instead. Why is it not worth building monasteries? I think the conversion's not that not that valuable. Or the max literacy, a lot of the times they're capped on literacy anyways. The conversion speed's not very good, and the extra food consumption's a negative modifier. I mean, maybe you like it because it allows you to get 100 clerics in rural locations or something like this. Just do all this just to form Spain instead? So that everyone who comes in the chat be like, wow, you really imploded your country as Castile, huh? What are you doing? Look at this idiot. I wonder what happens if we flip Lutheran. I'm just gonna test this stuff out, because if we flip Lutheran first... It's kind of wild how much better Sunni just like looks on paper than anything else, just staying Sunni at this point. Spain is yucky yellow? No. Have you tried Terra Invicta? No, but it's been recommended to me probably more than any other game. So what happens if we flip Lutheran first? Thought about going Anglican as well. Yeah, this just lets us form Spain. Which gives us a little bit of content. Spain is just like objectively like way better. Than like Al-Andalus doesn't give you anything. I'm totally blanking though on what I was gonna check. Oh, I think I wanted to check here. I don't think we can... I think you need specifically Catholic for the religious order one. I don't think it's Christian. It says Catholic, but sometimes it lies. Yeah, you need specifically Catholic, which means giving up the taxes. With Lutheranism, we're not giving up the taxes. We also can convert people very fast, so whatever we actually would want to flip to, we can pretty comfortably. The Reconquista, basically. Terra Invicta is nice if you're a fan of the old 90s XCOM games. You don't need to remove first, by the way. You can just click the reform. I believe if it's a major reform, you have to remove it first. So we were trying to flip from a major reform onto a major reform. Or this is how the UI has worked before, maybe they fixed it. But you used to not be able to swap a major reform for a major reform, and School of Letters is major. We could check. Just flip Catholic. I'm curious. Big fan of saving clicks. And then I think we'll probably be done with the stream because it's 5 AM here, so... That's another thing I've been meaning to get my sleep schedule a little bit more normal during the break. Okay, so we flip Catholic. And then... Spain would actually give us stuff, so we would get this. This... Not a lot of stuff, but I think the bigger thing is we would get all the Spanish events and Spanish content. So... Just like... The best way to form Spain is like probably starting as Castile, going Navarra, and then going Spain. But okay, we're gonna check. Can we just click and swap, or do we need to slot out and swap? Yep. See, we already have a major reform here. So, but if we slot this out first... Now we could swap in military order. Confuse everyone by forming Portugal. I don't know if Portugal's formable. I haven't checked, but... Forming Christian Spain as Granada's diabolical. Let's go. I mean, I kind of want to... I haven't played Lutheran in forever, so I actually kind of want to play Lutheran. Anglican has an event that I kind of... Or I wanted to know Anglican a little bit better, so that was... My initial thing was maybe forming Anglican, but... In particular, I think that there's a lot of teeth, maybe, to military order. In multiplayer. I think in single player, I mean, you could get a lot of money by asking people for money. And then 31 a month, 17 a month, 37 a month. It scales with their eco though, so like when you're nothing, it's gonna be insanely big, but when you're huge, it's kind of whatever. Like this is 200 ducats. But the bigger thing is like the discipline and the army cost reduction and the morale. Wonder if you wanted to crank it, but God said Soldier Boy. You Superman that hoe, right? I flipped Greenland, Portugal? Okay. Do you have any multiplayer content in the pipeline for 2026? Not currently. I basically have nothing in the pipeline yet. I'm gonna take 10 days and do like zero electronics for 10 days and think about things and journal and like do this type of stuff. And then I'll come back, but like I don't know exactly. I don't have any plans. I don't want to have any plans. Type of thing. You can also request manpower. Brother, look at our manpower. We don't need no stinking manpower. The extra fort limit's also cute. Like, in multiplayer, like, this would just be ungodly obnoxious, where we just, like... Okay, you probably don't want to get surprise attacked, so you just pay maintenance on your forts. And, like, we could build 80 more forts. And, bro, could you imagine... like trying to slog through just mono fort, like with someone who actually has like a really also strong like military bonuses, because even without military orders, theocracy has the best bonuses for military. Monarchy's better when you're like conscript based, specifically, but I don't even think it's that much better. You get like, you get these like mailed knight levies. You get these better levies, but I don't think you're researching that law. I think you get one that gives you additional levies. You get some law categories that help out with the levies, but like, you get a lot from theocracy in terms of military. You get military tactics age 1. There's like 10% morale, in your laws. If you don't want the fort cost, there's 5% morale here. I think there's 10% manpower late. Yeah. There's a couple other things. You could change your crown power law to cognatic. Build up your crown power state characters. Oh. Do we have to wait a month? I assume we have to wait a month. Or maybe save and reload even. I believe you, but we don't see it. Do you think the Vic-3 eco is that much deeper? Well, so the way I look at it is like the eco is like more complicated for EU5, but it has a lot more depth for Vic-3. And Vic-3 is a lot more elegant, and there's a lot there's a lot fewer just like money deletion, money creation, kind of just insano modifiers, and everything feels more grounded. I'd say like kind of in the aggregate. I actually really like these market locations though. Just kind of looking through them again here. With like the new setup, because Sevilla got too squeezed in general. I felt like you move the market capital down to Valladolid, like, and I think you still might do that early on as Castile, and then you move it back to Burgos, and then you keep this in Sevilla, and then you move it to Cordoba, something like this. A Naravanese monofort country with their attrition would be held to siege down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Because there's attrition content, and then you also go, like, and you can also get the attrition from, one of these has like 1% attrition. Where is it? I must have scrolled past it here. Yeah, asymmetrical warfare tactics. Yeah. I could use both Teutons and Andorra in order. It could be weird if you change the slate. They also might have like unique content that allows it. Or like I would just need to save and reload as well. This is kind of like a weird thing. Or it might need this military orders in. But yeah, this is a vibe. Georgia Navarro into Spain. Now you're talking. Georgia Navarro would be hard to pull off in multiplayer. I feel like people would not be okay with that. They would not be happy. Is there a strat where you have as few markets as possible? I think someone made a YouTube video on that. I don't know about that. I don't think I like that. Okay, like for starters, buildings straight up don't work when they have 0% market access, so you would have to decide that you're okay with having 0 buildings that are like functional after a certain point. I think I really like this setup. I think I like market access because I think I like my I think I like producing goods. Like whether or not those goods are acting in a supporting capacity or like are the primary thing, I think I like making them. Like I like that this mason builds masonry. If it had 0 market access, it would produce 0 masonry. Because the output is being multiplied by the market access. So the fact that it is 71% is like, it's a bit of a bummer, but okay, tolerable. It's at the edge of the market. But having extremely low market access is... It basically like kind of turns off the location. There are advantages to having low market access, or like there are trade-offs, but the biggest trade-off, if you start like Castile, all your pops are up here, is like kind of an obnoxious thing, and if you had one market, they could migrate down here, but curiously, by us starting down here, we could push all of the pops down here, and we just have this enormous like population base, like basically exactly where we want it. So it's ironic, but it could be the case that slave raiding Castile and moving all these pops down here actually makes for like a stronger Spain once we eventually form it. But the truth is, we could have slave raided anyone. It didn't have to be Castile. Like, we didn't have to hollow out the north. But this massive movement of pops to the south is pretty beneficial to us. Maybe it's culture specific? It could be culture specific. A lot of stuff's like difficult to check. Is mercantilism shift manageable if you own so many markets? No, you just have to be mercantilism. We have too many markets. I don't think free trade is. I'm not sure free trade is even better though. I think Burger's trade capacity is actually a negative modifier, so I think you actually want mercantilism. After playing around a little bit with Burger's trade, I'm not entirely. Burger's trades are very, very opaque. I actually suspect that they don't make any money off of them. And I think you would rather, just from a money perspective, it may be the case you would rather have the reduced trade maintenance anyways. Versus 5% trade efficiency. 5% trade efficiency is probably better, but okay. Maybe not. But I think you don't want free trade because the burger trades have started to. Supposedly the burger trades go to the base tax of where the burgers are at. That's interesting. This is something I very strongly requested, is that there be a breakdown on potential tax base, because there's not. So you can't, like, it's a completely closed, opaque system. Burgers shine in a position where you have to import a lot of raw materials. Yeah, but if you have to import a lot, you could just build your own trade, guys. And if you have to import a lot, you're probably in bad shape anyway. I don't know. I think you kind of don't like the burgers trades, but if it adds to the tax base, that kind of is a different story. Because then you're filtering it through free money modifiers, because you're going to have, like, tax efficiency. Especially if they get the money. Yeah, our issue with flipping Christian is these guys already have, like, an out of control high amount of money. And, like, squeezing down estate money, I think, is actually a way in which one should kind of, like, look at the game to some extent. Or you don't want the if the estate money is, like, ballooning into infinity, you're actually just hemorrhaging all that. Like, that's effectively money that's been deleted, and so our only estate that's like that is the clergy, so we would love a way to tax them more. Your biz game, I have a lot of markets, and burgers are doing a lot of heavy lifting internally, like normalizing wood from Balkans to Greece, Anatolia. Well, that might be less helpful than you think. Because burger imports of wood... Well, burger imports of wood are nice, but... it's much better to internally supply the stuff. I don't see how having burger trade contradicts building your own trade cap. Well, so the burger trades, let's say the burger trades make half ducat and you have like 100 of them and you have 100 regular trades. The burger trades, by virtue of adding buy and sell orders, actually deny profitable opportunities for trades from regular trades to some extent. Right, because they are going to push prices around, and prices determine what's valuable in terms of being able to trade or do anything else, so... New dev diary just dropped? Really? I'm not reading it on stream, I don't think, if it did. Did. A little bit. Oh, this is super short. We could just gloss over it on stream. I'll maybe make a video on it tomorrow. Rosenbach is planned for somewhere early February 20... What? I thought 1.1 was going to be Q. I thought that was going to be a DLC patch in Q2, but okay. Besides containing a lot of balance changes and fixes elsewhere, we are aiming to improve gameplay, content, UI as well. We'll go into more details and explain new features every Wednesday until it releases. New diplomatic abilities to transfer one of your subjects to another country, ways to destroy defensive leagues, and transferring territories between your two subjects. Okay. Annexation speeds will now depend on your diplomatic spending, and countries can now reject hegemony demands. Ooh. Exciting. Code for religion has been reworked, so you can now reform away from doom. Christian with a K, thank you for the... Christian with a K, but spelled with a C, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. The colonial charters will be reworked, so instead of going to a certain percentage of your dominant culture, religion pops, it now keeps track of how many pops you have sent, so you get minorities in your colonies. That's nice. So it doesn't fully pull entirely from accepted pops and stuff. Abilities to provoke rebels to start an uprising. Hey, that was a suggestion I had made. It's really annoying when you're like somehow stall out above 95% and just can't go anywhere. And change your culture's opinion of cultures other than on your own. Speaking of rebels, tiny revolts will no longer form a new country and start an entire war, but instead impact the location that they would have spawned on when they reach 100. Interesting. I wonder how they impact it. Allow countries to get bonuses or penalties to how they are impacted by proximity in certain topographies, i.e. Austria has some mountain hills plateau bonus. Awesome. This is also a suggestion I had made. Specifically in the context of Ottomans and Ethiopia was where I was, when I was advocating for reducing flat proximity modifiers, because both those countries used to just get flat procs, or not flat proximity, flat control, replacing it with conditional proximity. So like Persia getting it on plateau, for example, would make that area of the world like not just ungodly painful to play. We added coin laws that impact what metals you use and where you get inflation from. And of course, Sweden can make copper coins, which will never be a bad idea. Reworking rivals. Complacency mechanic. New disaster for Brandenburg, new content. Alright, cool. A lot of focus on Japan and China. Thank God. Have been done here, including Sengoku Jidai, the most painful currently situation, and the Red Turban Rebellion. I'm sure you also get a bit of few improvements in the Tengri religion, getting gods. In the Americas, we reworked the area in Brazil and improved resource and food setup for both the Andes and the Mesoamerica region. Yeah, the Andes was kind of unplayable. HRE has seen a fair amount of attention as well. Yeah. Also working improvements like the Western Schism in the Council of Trent. Okay. We've added Army Navy template builder. Very nice. This is something that I was not as... There were other people really pushing for this a lot harder than I was. Happy New Year from the future. Happy New Year. An idea where you create one location miners for market centers, park regular army on them, and redirect their trade. That's dirty. Interesting. All the hardships we've been through, all the crusades for the glorious Buddhist Al-Andalus. Praise be, brother. Sunni is so much better. But we did form Al-Andalus. And then we formed Spain. Persia Plateau really sucks, yeah. That's one of the big reasons why I was like, Persia and Ethiopia feel really bad. More settings when it comes to music. Oh my god, thank you. The music having just a super polarized volume has been like just really annoying for making videos, because like you're trying to talk and like you have everything balanced out and the music can swing so much in terms of volume. It's really frustrating. It's fun when you're playing, but like when you're making videos, it's annoying. Alerts can be permanently discarded. You can restore the special unite when needed. The game will no longer reset filters to what the game thinks is best when opening a screen again. Very fair. Oh, the game will... Oh, this is great. You can now pin which filters you want. Oh, thank God. This is so nice. There's like a lot of things that would like filter out. So for example, like settlements, like you don't want like... You don't care if there aren't enough peasants to operate the settlement. You just want to know where you can build the settlement. So you don't want it to have to exit out of it every single time. Added abilities to manage the formation of the units. Finally, we can put cavalry on the flanks without a million buttons. Unit UI will no longer obscure half the screen for multiple units. You have condensed version of the UI as well. Alright. New river map mode. It also improved road map mode and added several other new map modes like coalitions, maximum control, and many more. Maximum controls... okay. It's kind of very similar to control functionally. I guess having both is... Alright. New loading screen. And that's it. So... why does Ethiopia suck? Their terrain's really rough. Their terrain is really rough. But, yeah, we loaded the game and also formed Spain, because just flipping Al-Andalus is just the foil of Spain, but it's Spain, but you don't get text and you don't get all the good events. So... I'd actually not formed Spain before as Castile, because I'd not make a deep enough run to do it, but we formed Al-Andalus, we converted to Buddhism, we played around a little bit. Maybe we are done with this run, so let's take a quick look through the ledger. We have close to the highest amount of pops. Interesting that... oh, this is from what we can see. Yeah. Far the most amount of money. Do the biggest score of anyone we could see. Not by much, barely beating out France. Fez has the most tax base, followed by Malaga. Oh, this is only our locations, right? Somehow Almeria has a... yeah. Biggest market is the Praha market. Kind of normal. We're also splitting like the Cordoba and the Bot market as well. With our capital, or capital was in between the two of them. It still kind of is in Sevilla. Even if we kept it there. So. Alright, reverse Reconquista. Yeah, start as Al-Andalus. Now it's all Sunni. And you see how you start a run. We have a lot of starting first 50 steps videos, and also have done this a lot on stream. Are there any good videos for that on the existing patch? I mean, the video that we made for the Mamluks is probably pretty good. You just don't push centralization at all. No one expects the Spanish order, basically. Check the Naples thing in console. I'll have to check it later. I don't have the console right now. I would have to restart the client. Do you have any model to stop colonies from urbanizing? I didn't before, but I think the interaction's kind of insane, but I'm glad someone told me about this before we made our colonization video, but like just diverting trade from them will make them make a lot less money because they give you 50% of their trade capacity, which like stacks with what they are generally just making money from anyways. So we have 38 trade capacity here. Barca only has 5 trade capacity. Because 83% of it goes our way. So that's kind of like a paradigm shift to some extent, because that's where most of the value is. And you can just make them make way less money. Would like to see some urbanization, nurse spamming city everywhere but gold provinces, and micromanaging city is just so annoying. Maybe something like allowing just 1 or 2 cities per province. I hate like an artificial like constraint like that. I think if they want to do that, they should do that through food as a resource. They just make food harder. Don't like put an artificial like cap on cities, but just make food. I would be fine if like this level of urbanization was not supportable. Although to some extent the exteriors of these 2 markets are supporting the like the portions that are more heavily urbanized, but yeah. They keep making towns cities. Yeah, you just delete them. But technically you try and deny them glass as long as possible. Yeah. I don't like that idea. I think that that's real bad. Technically you can, but they need glass for trade centers. So... and that's like one of the more valuable things you can build there. Nothing stops you from just slapping a fiefdom there. That's true. Other than we're a theocracy and we can't make fiefdoms. Anyways, I think that we will check briefly on Twitch. I kind of want to get out of here though, because it's like almost 6 a.m. here, so we could stream Karas, or we could raid Karasek. I think we won't because we're a fan, but German. In terms of he does his streams in German, so. Oh, we could raid Flurry. There we go, that works. That works. And we will send the link to the YouTubers as well. I don't think you cross streams, so you'd have to check it out. But we'll say goodbye to YouTubers, bye-bye YouTubers, and we will raid with the Twitchers. Let's raid.